Good evening and welcome to the September 2nd, 2025 Lawrence City Commission meeting. The first part of our meeting is to adjourn into an executive session.
Move we recess an executive session for 20 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exception as set forth in KSA 75-4319B3. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:21 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We'll see you in 20 minutes, 5:21. executive session, and we have nothing to report from that meeting. Next, we're going to put the meeting on hold until 5:45, so we'll rejoin us at 5:45 for the start of the meeting.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and restart the meeting. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to restart the meeting with some rules of participation from Sherry Reedman.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before providing your comments. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Sherry. All right, the next item on our agenda is to approve the agenda. And the City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda with the exception that we defer item C7A, which is to consider adopt on second and final reading Charter's Order Number 47 regarding the transient guest tax, and move that till next week's meeting. Otherwise, move to approve the agenda.
Okay, there's a motion with an exception for C7A. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye, seconded by Larson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, the next item is the consent agenda, and items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments on these items. Is there a motion?
Mayor, we had a constituent that wanted to have C7B removed for discussion.
Very good. So we're going to remove item C7B. Separate discussion.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C7B.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye and a second by Sellers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, C7B.
Yes, Mayor, we had a constituent who I do believe reached out to a couple of commissioners that wanted some clarification on some of the standards as it relates to the final reading of our standard traffic ordinance. So wanted to
Yes.
allow that constituent to come up at the time for conference.
Good evening, Commissioners. Samuel Carter, 66046. Thank you very much for taking the time. But briefly, actually, I think, so there was a document released last week that listed, from the Metropolitan Planning Organization, that listed using scooters, rollerblades, or skateboards on public streets as being prohibited. I was surprised by that, and I saw that the standard traffic ordinance was being approved, so I kind of rushed to find out if that was the source. Clarified with the city attorney that is in fact those mobility devices are in fact not prohibited, so I actually can go ahead and withdraw my request to strike that section 136, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak
Yes.
about it. Thank you.
Very much, Samuel.
Thank you.
Any other comment on item C7B? Public comment? Anybody online?
No, Mayor.
All right.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10150.
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Finkeldye and seconded by Sellers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our regular agenda items. And the first item is to consider an appeal of an administrative determination for site plan SP 25-0003 located at 700 New Hampshire Street.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, Planning Office, and as Kurt is being helpful in sharing my presentation. This item is an appeal of a site plan, which is typically an administrative item. The project is located at 700 New Hampshire Street with frontage on 7th Street, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island Street. This project was submitted prior to the adoption of the current land development code that became effective April 1st. This application actually came in January. It also had design review associated with it that went through the Historic Resources Commission review process. So the code that we used for this project was the 2006 Land Development Code. This slide is in your packet, is really just trying to highlight what the zoning districts are that were effective at the time the application was submitted, what the zoning districts look like today under the Land Development Code. So it's the point being that the CD district boundary did not change with either code. This is a slide of the site plan. You also have a copy of that site plan in your packet. It is for 15 units of multifamily residential dwelling. That is a permitted use in the district. The entire property is just under the proposed density is just under 9 dwelling units per acre. The project includes both garage and driveway organized parking for this use. Within the CD district, off-street parking is not a requirement, or was not a requirement for this project under the 2006 code. Just very quickly, the design components of the project were reviewed through the Historic Resources Commission. There is a provision in the code that talks about when properties are in the Urban Conservation Overlay District, that particular set of code dictates how the project is reviewed. The HRC had a project in March. It failed to be approved. It was returned in April, and then there was a new application that came forward in May that was approved by the commission with a 3-2 vote. And I think that is reflective of some of the concerns that you've seen in your packet and that staff has heard from as well. The site plan criteria that staff used are set out in the development code. The first one is that the plot shall contain only platted land. Site plan shall comply with the standards of the code and other adopted policies and neighborhood area plans. You have a highlight in this slide, and this follows the outline of the topics that are discussed kind of briefly in the staff report. Site plan review is really an assessment of a project on does it meet code or does it not. If it does not meet code, where does it fail to meet code, and can there be conditions addressed to that? That the proposed use shall be allowed in the district, and as I stated, multifamily residential dwelling is a permitted use. There is never anything in the application that came across my review that spoke to any component of affordable housing. It is not a requirement of the code. It is not an element or criteria that staff can review affordable housing. Vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site. This particular finding addresses the site circulation. There is no change to the access points of this project, and that's summarized in the staff report. And that the site plan provides safe movement of pedestrians within the site. This is a multifamily project with frontage along the Rhode Island Street side as well as 7th Street, and we have public sidewalk where the individual unit sidewalks will connect to that public sidewalk, and that's a typical review component within the code and staff. Staff made the complete determination on July 22nd, finding that the project conformed with the criteria listed above. Property owners have indicated an interest in this project, and so they were notified of the appeal process. That is 9 days. Staff received that appeal and moved through the next steps to schedule this meeting in front of you. You, as a commission, are able to consider a site plan per the code on an appeal, and it asks you to follow the same review criteria that are in the staff report. So this slide is just a summation of those specific findings that you are asked to consider this evening. Your actions are to either approve the site plan application, identify modifications that would allow for approval, approve the site plan with conditions, or disapprove the site plan application if there are failures in one of these 5 criteria. I believe Randy is online as well, and I think he had a statement for you. We also have Lynn Zollner, our Historic Resources Administrator, if you have specific questions about that part of the process. And I believe a couple of the city engineers who were engaged in the review of this project are also online to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Sherry, can we find out if we have our Randy Larkin available?
Yes, he's on.
Did you mention he might want to fill us in on a few important legal requirements here?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so you will need to disclose ex parte communications before we go too much further. But I also wanted to outline what it is that we'll be doing tonight. Your review of the decision by the Director of Planning is de novo. That means you step into the shoes of the planning director, and you do not have to give his decision any deference. You can make your own decision as if you are acting as the planning director. Once this also involves a site plan. Site plan review is administrative, so that means this is a ministerial function as opposed to a discretionary function. So basically, if the application meets the requirements of the city code, then they are entitled to receive the site plan approval. If they do not meet it, then you can find out how they could meet it, or you can send it back for modifications, or you disapprove it. But if they do not meet the city code, you cannot approve it. So that you have no discretion. It's very similar to the item that we had a couple weeks ago, where it's a ministerial function. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Randy?
And to be clear, the HRC determination is not on appeal here, or how does that relate?
The HRC decision is not on appeal. That was not taken as an appeal. So this is only related to the site plan that's appearing before you.
All right. Any other questions? Anybody? Okay.
You do quasi-judicial?
Yeah, let's discuss.
Yeah, I met with several neighbors about 2 or 3 months ago, and the discussion revolved around the height of the building, concerns for traffic, as well as setback requirements and parking. And that's kind of the gist of the conversation.
I also had a very similar meeting with the neighbors and talked about those issues and the issues I've seen in the letter here.
Same, we had a meeting with most of the neighbors that are immediately adjoining and had some great conversations, some emails that came across back and forth, but all of them related to questions of approval of the site, and this was HRC level at that time.
I concur. I also had a meeting with the neighbors and discussing all the things that have been mentioned before, so.
I did not have, I did have a meeting. Same thing that was concurred, so I concur with everything that my fellow commissioners stated.
Thank you. All right. Well, I don't know if I have any specific questions right now related to the standards specifically. I think are pretty straightforward, but we'll go ahead and open up for public comment at this time unless there's somebody who wants to make some sort of presentation. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and do public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Werner with Paul Werner Architects. I think we're the applicant. I'm not quite sure. But thanks for Randy. He's clarified a few of our questions, so I will pare this down a little bit. I can talk about as long as we want or as little as we want, so I'll try to be respectful of your time. I want to make it clear that this is 15 homes that we plan to sell, as opposed to what we could argue maybe should be on the site as a 4-story, maybe a 5-story apartment building with 60 or 80 units. Don't think 7's appropriate, but we decided on we want to sell townhomes in downtown. There's plenty of apartments available, but there's really not that many homes that people can buy, and people still want to live downtown. Sandy's already touched on a lot. You know, it's zone CD. So you may hear comments, but single-family homes, duplexes, as we've referred to them, are not allowed in CD. So if that comes up, just keep that in the back of your head. Also, that parking is not a requirement, even though we are providing parking, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I've not been through the site plan appeal process, so again, I'm glad that Randy chimed in on that. A few of the comments in the appeal letter. So notification, Sandy mentioned we submitted a site plan on January 16th. It's now September, but KT Walsh asked us to set up a neighborhood meeting. We set up a neighborhood meeting, met at Lawrence Beer Company with several people back in March. We went to the HRC 3 times, the ARC once. We mailed the letters. We know they went out. Sandy's got comments from landowners that received them. But 3 trips to the HRC, the public meeting, KT will tell you how many brochures she sent out. I think she hand-delivered 45 on her own. So to think that nobody knew about this is a little much. The HRC meetings, we obviously made a complete submittal, or they would not have heard the item. We did go to the HRC the first time during the middle of spring break. So hopefully this year we will correct that schedule so we don't have that meeting in the middle of spring break. We got sent to the ARC, which is a fairly typical thing on several projects. Went back, got a tied vote 2-2. We can talk about how many members are on the HRC. I think they've picked up a few, so that'll be better. But this is what we do. We've done it several times. Each time we go to the ARC, the project gets better. And I think that's why the third time it was passed 3-2. Would like to be also clear that this project is not about historic preservation. There is one historic house across the street that provides the context area. But we're trying to develop an unused parking lot from a building that's been vacant for 12 years. I don't see that as a historic preservation project. But each time, again, the project got better. We listened to what the ARC asked for. We listened to some of the comments from the neighbors that made sense. We've made the building slightly smaller. We pushed it back off Rhode Island. Again, it gets better. One of the neighbors made a comment about conflict of interest. You know, it's a pretty bold accusation to accuse one of the HRC members. I probably won't go into any further, but that just doesn't seem very responsible. Property values we can talk about all the time. Technically, and Randy can chime in, you know, arguing whether property values are going to go up or down is not a legal standing in the state of Kansas to deny something. It really is about the requirements of a site plan, which has already been stated, we believe, and we believe planning is correct, that we meet them all. It is funny that in a few of the emails from the neighbors, they went the other direction and argued that if we actually do sell these and it's successful, it's going to raise their property values, which isn't fair. So I'm not quite sure which one it is. Insufficient. So let's talk about parking and traffic. So we had a choice. At the first submittal, we were 6.5 feet roughly closer to Rhode Island than we are now. So we pushed the building back to the west, and we think it's appropriate that we are providing parking inside the buildings and a second space behind it. So the debate is, if we push it any further west, our front yard gets a little bit bigger, but then we lose those parking spots. So we feel 2 spaces per unit is the appropriate, it's the appropriate number, and that's where the spacing from Rhode Island came from. It's also important to point out Rhode Island actually has 80 feet of right-of-way versus 60. I mean, 60 is a standard street right-of-way. So we are already 20 feet further away from the houses, from the neighbors you're going to hear about. So again, we feel that 2 dedicated parking spaces for each housing unit is the right number. And we obviously, with that, meet the code requirement. So in summary, the site's zoned for this development, and we have met the land development code requirements. This project was approved by the HRC, which, again, was not appealed, as well as approved by the planning staff and the planning director. We have not requested any incentives or any variances from the city. It is infill development in line with comp plan. It creates more density downtown, which is also in line with the comp plan. It removes a blighted parking lot that has been vacant for at least over 10 years. We are providing more parking than is required. It also, in our opinion, creates a good transition between the downtown commercial and the residential neighborhood, which is called out in the downtown plan. I do appreciate the neighbor's right to not like the project, and not liking it does not mean the project isn't allowed, and it's not an argument for denial. That is all I have at the moment. Be happy to answer any questions, and would just like the opportunity to respond after other public comment.
Okay. Any questions for Paul Warner? I think we're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and open up to general public comment.
I'm going to start now because this seems like a good spot to jump in. I'm going to read as fast as I can. Tony Peterson, 724 Rhode Island, and live in what is known as the O.W. McAllister House. When I bought my house in 1993, people questioned me over my decision to live there because at the time, East Lawrence had an erroneous reputation for being a bad part of town, and the block was a bit rough. One house had been abandoned for 20 years after a mutilation murder, bought mine as is because it was suffering from delayed maintenance, and 2 others were already struggling from neglect. Slowly, the block has come back to life. A year later, I submitted my nomination to have my house put on the historic registry, and the nomination was intentionally held up by a previous city manager for 9 months because he knew Borders was in the works and was wanting to avoid it coming before the HRC for a review. In the journal world, I was portrayed on the front page as submitting the nomination as a stunt to block Borders, which wasn't true. Didn't even know about Borders at the time, did it partly because I wanted the house to get some recognition it deserved and what I thought would provide some protections to the block. Only 6 months after I moved in, a developer had approached the city with a development proposal, and one of the 5 ideas was to demolish the entire block for parking. Another was to demolish everything for retail to expand downtown. The battle between downtown and Rhode Island Street has been going on for decades. We were the pioneers who have fought repeatedly to save the block, and one of the reasons why this is now a designated historic district. Once again, we have been kicked in the teeth with this project. We become a backdrop stage for something completely out of scale and inappropriate for the block. It'll be marketed as live in historic neighborhood, while at the same time destroying it, what made it one, but with a Motel 6. Took 3 attempts to get this passed by the HRC and barely passed on the 3rd time. None of the initial concerns raised by the neighbors or the HRC were ever addressed. It was just a few minor changes. That's why we're here tonight. To make it clear, we are not opposed to the idea of row houses, but some respect should be shown to the existing neighborhood. When this was approved, one of the HRC members looked directly at the neighbors and said, "It could be worse." That's a pretty low bar to jump over.
Thanks, Tony.
How about making a little bit better rather than something not as bad?
Thank you. Gentlemen.
I knew I wouldn't even be able to finish.
Eric Hyde, 66046. I'm not against construction. I think construction and growth for the city is good, at homes and stuff. but I'm not even against the architect or the other person who spoke. I just don't think it should happen. I've honestly thought for a long time you should just put a Barnes & Noble or a grocery store in there. That's it.
Thank you, Eric.
Good evening, Commissioners. Phil Cunningham, 66044. I submitted a letter as comment as part of the appeal process, but I saw that you all received a lot of comments on here, and I don't know if you had the opportunity to read through everything, so I wanted to just share what I wrote here. I've become quite familiar with this project as a member of the city's Historic Resource Commission, and this is probably being repeated what has already been said, but it came before the HRC at the March 20th meeting, where it faced significant objection from neighbors as well as concerns on behalf of the HRC, and it was sent to the Architectural Review Committee, where it came back for the next meeting on April 17th. There was little change done in the application. I will say that the building was lowered by 2 feet and set back 2 feet from the application that came before the HRC in March, and it was unsatisfactory to the HRC, and it was denied. It was then resubmitted under a new application for the May 15th meeting, where it barely passed with a 3-2 vote. I just kind of want to make that clear. I'm speaking here just as a resident, not necessarily as a member of that board, but that's kind of where my familiarity on this project comes from. In the conversations between the developer and the neighbors most impacted by this construction, there's been several opportunities to adapt the proposed building in a way that's more suitable for all parties involved, and that really just was not made on the part of the applicant. At a time when Lawrence is facing a housing shortage and has this revised city development code that is coming into play over these past few months, this proposed project claims to use infill to provide housing, but the details of the project suggest that these row houses will be used as investment properties for short-term or long-term rentals instead of single-family homes. The applicant suggested that the study that's shown on the first floor of the floor plan could potentially be used as a third bedroom or rented out as an Airbnb. I've seen that the price of these units may range from $600,000 to $900,000 each. And of course, while all of this is speculation, I find it difficult to believe that a family would purchase a home of this size for that price. Based on what we've seen with similar condo-style projects on New Hampshire Street, it's more likely that these homes will be purchased by property investors to be used as rentals or Airbnbs. If that is the case, this construction would do little to ameliorate the housing situation in Lawrence. I live on Mass Street in a neighborhood that has a mixture of single-family homes that are some are on the historic registry, apartment buildings, and large buildings such as Babcock Place. There's a way to construct large projects in a way that complement rather than obstruct the neighborhood, and this proposed building is not it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks for your service, too.
Hello, Shen Steele, 66046. I just wanted to say that I don't think we should build this particular building at this location. I think that the city could build something bigger, perhaps, and something that the whole entire community could get behind, even the historical preservation community. And I think that we should set our sights on something more ambitious and something that will set Lawrence apart for the long term. And we should maybe expand the boundaries of this project to surrounding areas and consider ways that we could just improve the overall condition of Lawrence. So I would advocate that we build something bigger, build something better, and I just wanted to put that out there. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Greetings, Commissioners. Sarah Norman, 66044. I come before you today to respectfully urge you to reject the administrative approval for the urban row houses and vote no on this development. This proposal has been marked by procedural missteps, unmet requirements, and questionable shortcuts. As you've heard, residents and businesses were not properly notified of the proposal. This is a violation of city code. The administrative determination cited a section of the code that doesn't exist. Of the 6 required plans and studies listed in the administrative determination, 2 were waived. This undermines the integrity of the process. Several issues arose during the HRC review process. At the March HRC meeting, commissioners expressed concerns about the project's height and mass, describing it as monolithic. It was referred to the ARC for design revisions. When it returned in April, only minor cosmetic changes had been made. It failed to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for size, mass, and height, and was rightly denied. The developer made minor superficial changes and resubmitted the project under a new number in May. This tactic undermines the authority of the HRC and sets a troubling precedent that a developer can simply wear down commissioners through repeated submissions until approval is granted. HRC commissioners were instructed to evaluate the project separately using both the downtown design guideline and their certificate of approval under Chapter 22. However, the administrative determination states the urban conservation guideline takes precedence. This points to confusion and inconsistencies with code interpretation, which weakens the review process. At the May HRC meeting, commissioners eventually approved this proposal not on criteria being met, but rather on the spirit or the intent. Why do we have criteria if they are so easily allowed to go out the window? I would venture to say if the neighborhood appeal had been submitted a day or even an hour late, we have not been afforded such concessions. Navigating this process as a citizen has been frustrating and disheartening. Citizens are expected to meet strict deadlines and follow procedures to a T, yet developers are granted waivers, allowed to bypass requirements, and are given multiple opportunities to revise and resubmit. This imbalance is deeply troubling. In my letter to you, I detailed additional instances of non-compliance. I hope you've had the opportunity to review them. Codes, procedures, and principles exist for a reason, not to be waived or ignored, but to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. Commissioner Sellers, during the August 5th meeting, you said, we've bastardized infill development. We've pinned it up against 2040 and we've made it a bit messy. We're still uncomfortable around infill development and its purpose and intent. You urged your fellow commissioners to consider how infill should shape our city's growth. You warned that without clarity, we wind up with ambiguity in projects that benefit no one. Commissioners, uphold the standards, protect the process, and ensure that infill development is done right and meet codes. I respectfully ask you to vote no to Urban Row.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Katie Walsh. I live at 732 Rhode Island Street. In early 2025, the neighbors were not notified, as was required by the city code in place at the time. I had to pass out flyers because this came as a surprise to us. My flyers were non-judgmental. I kept it really fair. I just let everybody know this was coming up. Despite repeated requests, Mr. Werner during this process never submitted completed final elevation drawings showing the project from all 4 directions. In my years of dealing with architects and developers, this was a glaring first. The final elevation drawings would have informed both the Historic Resource Commissioners and the concerned neighbors about the true scale and mass of the building. I would still love to see final elevations. At the Historic Resource Commission, as has been said, we were told more than once that it could be worse, which to me sounds like an excuse for a design that has not been required to be truly compatible and complementary to the McAllister House, which is on the National Register, and to the North Rhode Island Street National Historic District. You've been made aware, especially by Sarah's letters, of all the procedural errors that have been made during this process. We are asking you to deny this project. Thank you.
Todd Foster, 708 Rhode Island Street. Thanks for the time tonight. As always, it's difficult to put into words everything that I feel needs to be said, but I just want to speak tonight to get on record and publicly oppose this project once again. I'm still blown away that they're pretending we got advance notice letters. We didn't. Put neighbors at a distinct disadvantage. I found out about the project around a week before the first HRC meeting. And the next two HRC meetings, of course, we didn't even find out it's on the agenda until, 5 or 6 days before each meeting. So, every single time it's been tough for us as far as notification. Years ago, I bought my house and I put everything into stabilizing this place for generations to come, knowing the historic significance here and with the knowledge that our City Commission and Historic Resource Commission cared greatly about preservation and neighborhoods. All the houses on this block are very important to Lawrence's rich history, and I've always felt protected until this proposal. Over the years, we've all watched New Hampshire go up, but never Rhode Island Street. It's literally beyond my previous imagination. Once again, I strongly disagree with this proposal. The project's too impactful and crosses a line that I cannot agree with. It's too close, too massive, and too conflicting. When looking into things further, it gets worse with the various questionable decisions and errors that have been uncovered and pointed out in our appeal letter and other letters submitted. The proposal also greatly takes away from future border site development, which is quite concerning to me. I moved there around the time when it was still open and New Hampshire was still thriving, and I've always thought it would be great to have kind of a commercial spot there that you could go buy stuff from, maybe some apartments above. The letters written and our comments made since back in March at the initial HRC meeting do a great job of explaining our feelings as a neighborhood. I'm happy to see increasing support for the neighborhood coming from around town as well. I'm disappointed that us neighbors are sometimes perceived as the bad guys for fighting for our livelihood. I hope you've had a chance to look over everything that's been presented since this development proposal came about. I hope you've had the time to process your thoughts as well. As you can tell, our argument has evolved over the months, but the feeling remains the same. Design guidelines have not been met. Please put yourselves in our shoes and look at this individually without applying catchphrases or blanket policy thinking. This is a very unique and very important item. We are the proud front wall of East Lawrence, readily visible from the 7th Street corridor. We're an excellent representation of East Lawrence, and we don't deserve to be shut out. Rather, this neighborhood deserves recognition. To conclude, there's not a comparable example in town to what is being proposed or the impact that it makes on neighboring homes. Please seriously consider the issues here with this unprecedented proposal. As I've said before, it creates multiple problems and solves none. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Hi there. Griffin King, 66046. I just wanted to come up here and emphasize how much I agreed with what Shen over there said. I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I think that we've got something that we're going to bring up later tonight that just might make everyone here happy. So I'm really excited to be able to share that with you all later. Me and Shen are both here representing the Enron Corporation. So I'm just excited to get to talk with everybody later, and thank you all.
Thanks, Griffin.
Hello. I'm Tim Nauman. I live at 714 Rhode Island. This is my daughter, Lumina. I did not get a notice in the mail, and I don't know anyone else on the block who did. I do like the parking lot across from my street. I look directly at it. What I don't like is the empty Borders building for how many years that it's been there. And then this project comes along, and it's just, I invite anyone here. You can come over after this, sit on my porch, and imagine the size and scale of this straight across. It's flat. It's the whole length. There's no breaks. It's a huge contrast between what we've got going over there. I'm not an architect, so I don't know how to change that, but I do know you've got Hobbs Taylor, that's 5 stories, and it's towards New Hampshire. It seems like to me why build a new building that's not creating any flow between a historic area when we've got Borders just sitting there? To me, just really seems like it's not a good move, and I think there's a real opportunity here tonight for you guys to set a standard on how we want Lawrence to look like going forward and how things flow together. That's what makes a city really good. And we all love Lawrence, and I want to see Lawrence grow. And I'm not opposed to 6 or 7 stories. I think 6 or 7 stories across from us just does not fit within this. I don't think it pays any respect to Lawrence and what we've done to do that. I think if you want to do that, you can do that on the New Hampshire side. A few other things, or just a few quotes from the HRC meetings from Commissioner Coleman. The project is trying to do conflicting things and it cannot. To be truly compatible with the historic structures that's listed, the massing would have to be much smaller. From Commissioner Klein, I lean on the side of it not meeting the intent of Section 22-507. It's simply too large, too tall, and offensive to the neighbors across the street. And lastly, Commissioner Dearborn, if I lived across the street from it, as many of you do, I would have a real issue with it. Thank you. If I may, would it be okay if my daughter says a few words?
Sure, she's a citizen.
Got it.
I think that it's too big and doesn't fit in with the neighborhood, and I think that it could be replaced with something more beneficial for our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay.
Good evening, Samuel Carter, 66046. I guess I took an interest in this project as I was reading about the history of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. And I saw that it was started because they didn't like monolithic apartments. And around this time, I'd been researching Lawrence history. Started with the 1930 city plan, 1948 city plan, looked at the 1926 zoning map, and it's kind of unreal when you read those documents, when you actually look at the history, and you see how much of that history is ignored and concealed. So, East Lawrence, I think the first speaker said it used to have a reputation as being a bad part of town. East Lawrence was targeted by city officials. The Historic Resources Code seeks to replicate historical forms of zoning that were really malicious. So it's just very bizarre. It's very bizarre how much the history is signaled, but not reviewed or articulated. And I'm sorry, there's just a lot of history to it. It's difficult for me to articulate. I don't want to shock anyone. That's my point here. But it seems like this process hasn't really been good for anyone. The development is now more expensive than it would have been before with, having brick sidings, more setbacks. If you include the parking garages, over half the development is reserved for parking, or the area for that parking garage for the interior parking. People say that it could be worse. And it's just, I was on vacation when I was watching this HRC meeting. I was just curious about it. And there are things that commissioners said that I think the public should know. One commissioner said, I feel bad for the folks on Rhode Island. I completely agree with you, but you could also have a 60-unit low-income apartment building go there, and that's not going to work either. If somebody wanted to propose a project for a 90-foot building with low-income housing there, I think I would object to that, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Payne. I own the house at 702 Rhode Island. I'm speaking mainly because I moved into that house when I was 10 years old. I have seen all the changes in that neighborhood. It changed from this beautiful block with varied houses across the street. None of those houses exist anymore. I feel like I have a unique perspective on this, and I feel like East Lawrence, as others have mentioned, has frequently been targeted, and I don't think that is really fair. I guess really what I want to say is that, I'm sorry, I'm not a public speaker.
Okay.
This block is one of the few areas that still reflect Lawrence's origin. It is listed as part of the North Rhode Island Street Historic Residential District and deserves protection. Expensive townhomes across the street will not address Lawrence's affordable housing shortage. They risk driving prices higher, not helping families in need. Development can be positive, but only when it respects history, scale, and community needs. As proposed, this project does not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Sorry, I'm late here. Mike Grundle, 405 Elm Street, North Lawrence. This is a legacy project. However, the legacy we are making for our downtown today contrasts greatly with the legacy of the vital downtown we received from earlier generations. The C4 zoning was intended to preserve downtown Lawrence as our central business district. Future commercial needs were to consider locating downtown. Also, the businesses and taxpayers paid for the surface parking lots that made C4 viable. The lack of restrictions is being exploited by new uses. Lawrence has had an excess of commercial zoning for decades that we lost the chance of maintaining a central business district. This transition to mixed uses in downtown has been a positive trend, but we made a grave error in not changing the C4 classification to address non-commercial uses and prevent such conflicts as this. The old downtown plan maintained the vitality of our CBD, but also safeguarded the vitality of surrounding residential neighborhoods. That's another horse that's already left the stable. The claim that this project, if scaled back, would not be feasible is a ridiculous insult to our intelligence. The developer is simply unwilling to give up a penny of profit. If no feasible alternative exists, something is wrong with the business plan. The applicant and members of the commissions that reviewed this project made the statement, "It could be worse." That's a mean thing to say. It's like stabbing someone in the heart and saying, "Hey, it could be worse." But not twisting the knife doesn't change the outcome. I am glad that they made that statement repeatedly because it's an acknowledgement and agreement that this is a bad project. It validates the claim this project will adversely affect residential property values and destroy the character and vitality of a residential street. Finally, it is clear from this process that the neighboring residents are second-class participants. Notifications required by regulation were not sent. Information provided to neighbors was incomplete. These slights have all been cataloged, I'm sure, by the people who are appealing this action. If our processes are not going to recognize the legitimate issues and values of neighboring properties and their owners, if the governing body is not going to mediate to balance competing interests, then put that in the code, and the second-class citizens of our community won't waste time or expect fair treatment.
Thanks, Mike.
Hello, David Baston, 66047. Yeah, I guess you know, really know where to start on this other than, I mean, if the HRC approved it, then it's approved. So by them, no matter how many times it took to get it to that. And then, I mean, I lived right there on Rhode Island probably 40-some years ago, and I mean, it hadn't changed a lot, but I mean, if you want to just make one zone historic and look a few blocks away, you got some 5-story buildings, well, that doesn't look historic either. So it's the whole historic thing, to me, when we're in a crisis for any kind of housing, is kind of silly. But I mean, if people were interested in that becoming something else, they could have bought the property. People that buy property have a right to do what they want to on it, as far as I'm concerned. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but I mean, if it meets code and it passes everything, then yeah, you can complain all you want. They're probably going to pass it anyway, which most of the time they do. Which, I mean, goes back to, I mean, we need more housing everywhere, and not only housing for the low income. I mean, you need people that have money. They need places to live too. So if these are bigger, I mean, maybe somebody with some good money will move in there and build some other places here in town, or move some businesses in here. I don't know. For me, I don't see a problem with what they're proposing. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Anybody else in the room right now? Sherry, anybody online to speak to this issue?
No, Mayor.
All right, very good. Paul, you wanted anything to respond back quickly? That'd be great. Thank you.
Just a couple things. Once again, this is not an appeal of the HRC that's passed. It was voted for. Those members take this very seriously. If they didn't like it, they wouldn't have voted for it. I mean, it is about the site plan. Unfortunately, I get to say that I really haven't heard anything about what we don't meet per the city's requirements. I will add, awesome comment about LPA. On May 17th, LPA wrote a letter to Lynn and to the HRC supporting this project. I think we all know Lawrence Preservation Alliance and Dennis Brown, and if they were against it, he certainly would have voiced that opinion. So I can go through some more, but it's really about the site plan, and happy to answer any questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners.
I got a couple of questions. I'd like to, for Randy, you still here with us?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I want to make sure I understand it, what you talked about at the beginning of the item, that this is quasi-judicial, so if it's found to be in compliance with the code, we have to pass it. If it's not found in compliance, then we have to deny it. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is a ministerial function where you step into the shoes of the planning director, because this is an administrator. So there's no discretion. If the site plan meets the requirements of the city code, it must be approved. If it does not meet it, it cannot be approved. Now, you can send it back to fix something, or you can send it back with modifications or that type of deal, but you cannot approve it if it does not meet, and you have to approve if it does meet.
Okay. So the letter we got for the appeal had about 9 items, or it did have 9 items on it that it pointed out that the neighbors were concerned about. I would like to just briefly go over those and have your opinion on those. The first one is failure of proper notification. We've heard from both the applicant as well as staff that there's potentially some documentation that happened or didn't happen.
I will refer you to Sandy. Sandy has the information regarding notification. It's my understanding that proper notification was given, that she has the details of that.
Thank you, Sandy Day Planning. Regarding notification for a site plan only, this is not related to notification for any of the HRC work. It's not applicable. Site plan application requires the applicant to provide notice. There is also a statement in code that says failure to receive that piece of mail does not invalidate the project. I had heard the comments about lack of notice. I looked at the application and double-checked that we received the required documentation for the notice, the list of property owners. I scanned the list. One of those people is a city employee. I reached out to that employee and was confirmed that that person received that piece of mail. I did that independently. I also reached out to the applicant to share with them that we had received comments about lack of notice. It was a very long, drawn-out project because it was submitted in January. The HRC process took a couple of times. I didn't complete my administrative review until July of this year. I suggested to the applicant that they may want to proactively send a new notification out. They considered that and chose not to, that there was certainly evidence that property owners were aware of the project. There is nothing in our documentation that I would point to that the applicant didn't take the steps that they're required to take. That met my minimum requirement for notice.
Okay, thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So the second item was the inaccurate citation of the development code.
So yes, there is an editing error in the project. If you look at the staff report, on page 4 of the staff report, I have in the code under section 20-707F. That should read 20-308F. So the citation is incorrect. However, the language in the staff report is exactly correct. If there is a discrepancy between design criteria in the zoning code and the urban conservation overlay, the urban conservation overlay takes precedent. That's all that was really trying to say. So yes, there is absolutely an editing error.
Okay.
The language is correct, the citation was not.
So that inaccuracy, is that grounds for saying this is out of compliance? Randy?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. No, that's a Scrivener's error, and the City Commission could just order that to be corrected, to be fixed.
Okay.
It's just a typo.
Okay, so the third item is the lack of access to a signed planner. Apparently, Sandy was gone during the appeal process, I think, or something to that regard.
Bad me, I took a vacation. And there are other staff members in the office that can answer questions. I was not there. The planning manager was there, the planning director was there. I don't know what conversations occurred during that time. I know that there have been questions about the studies that are required, the traffic study and the drainage study. I think the engineers are online. Those components are studies that are required for most projects. Those studies can potentially be waived for specific reasons. The MSO engineers have that in their scope. What is difficult is if you go into EPL, it is incredibly difficult to see where something specifically happened. Knowing that, took additional steps to confirm with those engineers that they had received the study, they did see it in EPL, they did review it, they did waiver it, whatever was applicable. And that's reported in a very general statement in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. So the lack of access to an assigned planner, is that grounds for saying it doesn't follow code?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. The decision on the site plan is a decision of the Director of Planning, so all questions should have been directed through him. He would then have referred it to the planner if he had questions, but the decision was actually made by the Director of Planning and signed by the Director.
Okay, the next item they stated was insufficient information for Historic Resource Commission meetings.
So this again is where we're treading back and forth between application types. My review and the item that you have before you this evening is related to specifically the site plan, not the HRC. Any of those comments or questions could be directed to Lynn Zollner, our Historic Resources Administrator, and she has done a lot to double-check her work as well.
So the HRC is not, does not approve or disapprove the site plan?
They do not.
They don't have anything to do with that? Okay. The next item is conflicting guidance at the HRC meeting.
Not part of this action for you tonight.
Okay. The next item is misleading public project information is the next item.
So we believe that that may relate to the applicant's website, not the city's website. I can't speak to that. We don't have any control of what gets published on a private website.
So that has nothing to do with whether or not it meets code?
Correct.
Correct. The next item is a potential conflicts of interest. They brought up the idea that there's potential conflict with city employees or something to that regard.
I have no knowledge of any of that.
Okay. Would that be grounds for that it does not meet code, Randy?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I don't know the specifics of the allegation. I think, again, that has to do with the HRC. There were things that perhaps be done with that if there was a violation, but that would happen.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Randy.
I apologize. That is irrelevant to the site plan because I believe that has to do with the HRC again, and there would be nothing that has any relevance at this point in time.
So the next item is negative impacts on neighboring property values. I know that was discussed a little bit on both sides. Is that a grounds for saying that it's in or out of code?
That is not
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yeah, no, that has nothing to do with the site plan. Again, those are just things we need to look at, the provisions of the city code, and there's nothing in the city code that requires anything regarding valuation or devaluation of property at all.
So the last item they cited was insufficient consideration of parking and traffic. Can you discuss why it would be that would put it out of code or make it be part of code?
Certainly. I think in this particular case, there are two separate topics that are often conflated by many people. Traffic and the assessment of traffic on the public street network is one component. Off-street parking demands and requirements is another component. In the CD district, there is no off-street parking requirement. We all recognize that there is a demand for parking, especially if you want to be close to something. In a downtown urban environment, sometimes you can't just have that right out the door piece. And there are some impacts on neighborhoods, clearly, and I know Brad Harrell is working on a project to look at what permit parking might look like, and that may be a future solution. They are two separate things. The traffic study was a study that's typically required. What is the impact of the project? This project is just over the threshold of where we would typically have a traffic study, or at least a seven-step study, so a scaled-down one. The request was to defer that until there was more information known about the commercial building for that site and what kinds of street network improvements may or may not be required, depending on what final user is there. So that was a waiver.
Okay.
So and then the parking, the applicant in this particular case is actually proposing dedicated residential parking for the particular use, and that's not, we don't always see that.
Okay. So the site plan that they have submitted has met the code for that parking situation?
That was staff's finding, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that. Any other questions, commissioners, right now? Okay.
Dave is on if you have any questions for him, city engineer.
Okay. I don't know if you have any questions on, other than the fact that the traffic study was waived until later. I mean, that's the only thing I heard out of that.
I don't have any more.
Yeah. We have any comments based upon those questions? Seems.
Well, I just wanted to kind of get that information in public so that way we understand that we're making the decision based on whether or not it meets the code. And I'm meeting with the neighbors. I understand their concerns. We're in a different situation here. We're the quasi-judicial end of the equation, and from what I understand, listening to staff as well as reading the neighbors' letter, I'm going to have to say yes to this project because it does. There's nothing in here that would indicate to me it does not meet code, and that's what our decision is based on.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
I agree with that. I mean, if this was an appeal of the HOC, there'd be different questions before us, but it's not. It's an appeal, and we have a duty, an obligation to, determine whether or not this complies with the code for site plans or not. And I think it does. So I think that there's a lot of things you could talk about, but that's the only thing that we can or should talk about tonight. And so I will approve the site plan as submitted.
Very good. Talk down there.
Well, yeah, I would concur. The rest of my fellow commissioners, I think that was Commissioner Larson's questions were very helpful. So our position here is ministerial, as Randy said, and so given that it's meeting all the conditions, I would approve it as well.
Okay. Commissioner Sellers, anything to add?
Yeah. I'm going to read an excerpt from a summary of legislation that was dated January 26th of 2016. It's from the Kansas Association of Realtors, their VP of Government Affairs. A summary of legislation to ban price control mandates on the purchase or sale of private property. At the time, this bill had a RS number, and if anyone was tracking this, or if you happen to be a master's student that was working on housing policies, and you were tracking this and realized that this piece of legislation was what they call gut and goad, and during the 2016 legislative session, so it was during the veto session. But anyhow, I'm going to read bits and pieces of the summary legislation because I like educating the community. This legislation would prohibit cities and counties from adopting price control mandates on the purchase or sale of private property. Language would be added to the state's existing rent control statutes, KSA 12-16-1120, that already prohibits cities and counties from adopting price control mandates on the lease or rental of privately owned residential or commercial property. Over the past few years, a group of community activists in the city of Lawrence have been pushing the city and county to adopt inclusionary zoning requirements on new, single, and multifamily housing developments. Inclusionary zoning requirements basically act as a price control mandate on or tax on the construction of new housing units and increase the cost of housing for families who purchase market rate housing units. Inclusionary zoning programs impose price control mandates on private property by limiting the rental amount or sales price that a property owner can charge to lease or sell a certain percentage, generally around 30%, of newly constructed housing units in a new housing development. As an alternative, the local government may also give, I dropped a bit here, but I'm saying what the local government can do. Alternatively, the local government may also give the developer the option to buy their way out of the price controls by making a substantial upfront cash payment to the city or an affordable housing trust fund. In effect, the developer is required to pay the local government for the right to construct homes in the subdivision, which is already allowed under the land use regulations and zoning. By any other measurement, and if this were being done by a private entity, this would be extortion. Unfortunately, KAR believes that the inclusionary zoning program leads to an increase in cost of market rate housing under a reduction in the number of market rate housing units constructed. Numerous studies and examples from other communities with inclusionary zoning programs supports these conclusions. Even though no cities or counties in the state of Kansas have enacted any inclusionary zoning requirements at this time, these ideas seem to spread fairly quickly across the state once they are adopted in one community. As a result, we strongly believe that now is the time for the Kansas legislature to protect consumer choice in the housing market and private property rights by preempting passing legislation to ban price control mandates on the purchase or sale of private property. That was not the letter in its entirety, but you can Google it and find it and read it all for yourself. This is the type of ruling that I just don't like, because we're voting on the administrative, and we're going to continue to see things like this come up. And some of us may be voting against our moral judgment because we have to look at the administrative piece of it. And that's what this is for me. This is not something that I would want to see. This is not what I would want to have in our community, because it does bastardize and perpetuates capitalism, where somebody is providing a good, a service, at the expense of prosperity, their economic prosperity, not at the benefit of what we need right now. But we can't do that because we don't have rent control. I can't mandate. We can incentivize, which is what our affordable housing administrator is working on, and I encourage you all to be diligent about that. And let's all kind of take the NIMBYism out of where we're at now, because we're all NIMBYs right now. We need to not be. We're all kind of one paycheck away from either eating kitty litter or buckling up with somebody, bunking up or couch surfing. So, administratively, this has to be approved. Policy-wise, for me, morality-wise, it's going to perpetuate something that many in our community believe, that downtown is a treasure, it's a gem, and those who can afford to pay $600,000 for a two-story walk-up, row house, whatever you want to call it, and then offset their costs by Airbnb in the bottom, maybe that's the American dream. That's making profit in profit. So there's a market for that, and that's what this project does. It pimps out housing piece. It uses housing as the coverall to get in. And there is germaneness to this because we don't have these policies. And so we're going to continue to see these things until we are intentional, and our community is intentional about engaging and being serious about affordable housing now includes everybody. I don't care if you make $100,000, $40,000, $20,000, or $800,000. Everybody deserves to have housing that is affordable and that is not burdensome to them. And it can happen. It can happen at the local level. We need help from the state legislature. We don't need to be preempted like this did. And we need support from the federal government as well. But until we get that Venn diagram working together with us, we're going to be all over the place, and we're still going to continue to see things like this that I have to vote yes on because administratively it does check the boxes. But by my own reasoning and my own understanding and knowledge of what I studied in school, this does nothing to support community. It supports capitalism and profit, which everybody has the right to do that because that's the lens that we live in this world. But it doesn't do anything, it doesn't do much for our community. So that's my soapbox that I hope you appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like everybody's understands our role. It's ministerial in nature. There's 5 criteria, and the plan appears to meet all 5. So for me, it's an approval based on that. So I don't know if anyone wants to propose a motion here, or?
Oh, well. Approved site plan SP 250003 for 15 multi-dwelling residential units located at 700 New Hampshire Street.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Larson, and seconded by Finkeldye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for your time coming tonight. We're going to move on to item 2, which is consider conducting a public hearing for the vacation of a utility easement located within Block 3, lots 1 through 10, minor subdivision at 3923 and 3927 Dayflower Street, submitted by Land Plan Engineering, BA, and consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 10148 to vacate easements as described.
Looks like he's online.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Let me share my screen real quick.
Do you have to let them?
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Smith. I am the Right-of-Way Program Administrator here with the City of Lawrence, working with the Municipal Services and Operations Department. And today, the item I'm bringing to you is to consider conducting a public hearing for the vacation of a utility easement located within Blocks 3, lots 1 through 10, a minor subdivision at 3923 and 3927 Dayflower Street. This vacation request was submitted by Land Plan Engineering. Also on my agenda item is to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 10148 to vacate the easement as described. The applicant is requesting to vacate an existing 10-foot utility easement at 3923 and 3927 Dayflower Street as part of a minor subdivision replat of Monterey Bluffs number 1. I'm going to go ahead and switch over here to my exhibit for the easement vacation. As you can see, and let me know if I need to zoom in for a better visual here. To the left is 3927 Dayflower Street, Lot 6. To the right is 3923 Dayflower Street, Lot 5. The easement that will be vacated is the one running up that center line. It is a 10-foot utility easement. As always, city staff has reached out to all property owners within 400 feet of this proposed easement vacation and have not heard any conflict or any objection, as well as we have reached out to all private utility operators, franchisees, and have not heard anything of any facilities being within this easement or any conflicts there. With that in mind, city staff recommends to approve the ordinance 10148 for this vacation. It's typically done with 2 steps. The first one is to conduct a public hearing, and the second one is to vote to approve the ordinance for vacation. I am here and happy to answer any questions you may have on this. I know we also have the applicant himself, Jess Knoll with Land Plan Engineering, as well as Planning and Development Service staff, who has been reviewing the minor subdivision itself. So,
Thank you, Steve. Does anybody have any questions about the right-of-way itself? Or is someone from Land Plan here? Is that right? Stephen, did you mention that?
yes, they should be online.
Okay.
I just moved Jess over. Is there anyone else, Stephen?
Avery with Planning and Development should be online as well if there are any questions about the minor subdivision.
Okay.
And just before we open up the public hearing, I want to make sure if there's any questions or comments from the applicant.
Just Land Planning Engineering, answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Do any commissioners have questions for the applicant?
I just have a quick technical question. When I see in the report, it states that there are no objections were received either from property owners or utility operators. If someone does not reply to a letter or postcard, is that denoted as no objection, or is that denoted as something different?
Yeah, on the agenda item, I denote if we hear anything, I would make note of that. We haven't heard anything back from the letters we sent to property owners, so it was marked as no objection there. With utility operators, we got all clears, so we do receive replies from them, just confirming there's no facilities there. But as far as I know, we did not receive any replies from property owners.
Okay, I usually have to do comments after public comments, but I'm going to use my commissioner authority and say, moving forward, if we're going to denote no objections, then we might need to preface to say that based on communications, there were no objections. Passive objections are a little bit murky, and unless we're going to denote something as being a passive objection and define that, I would feel more comfortable and more informed to know that an objection to something is in relation to there was communication, that someone communicated that. If no one did not communicate, it's not necessarily they objected, it's just they didn't say anything. That's not necessarily mean they objected, so that's all. I know it's splitting hairs, but it's one I don't mind us splitting, so thank you.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this item. Any comments?
I'll keep it short. Eric Hyde, 66046. I just want to say, since we're talking about right-of-way issues here, I don't really know what's going on in this item, but what I want to say applies to it. We have a huge right-of-way obstruction issue in this town, and we need to, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a lot of signs being blocked by overhanging trees, speed limit signs, stop signs, things to this effect while you're driving around. We need to hire more staff enforcers. There's only 2 people who work and actually drive around and enforce codes. I know at least for yard sign violations, which, I'm sorry, Bart Littlejohn, but you violated a lot of yard sign violations during your political campaigning. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, because Craig Owens told you directly not to do that, and you did it. Anyway, I'm
This has to be limited. Oh, thank you, Merrick.
All right, Shen Steele, 66046. For this item, I just want to give thanks. I want to give thanks to our builders, first of all. I think the people working on this project are builders. I think the people who were working on the last project were builders. I don't think they were ambitious enough, but they are builders. And if you look at those flags behind you, America was built by builders. And I think that's important to acknowledge and to thank those people. I also want to give thanks to the system. I think that the system gives us processes, gives us rules, and it keeps things in order. And I think that we owe a lot to this system. And we just saw an example of this happen. These builders were able to win because of the system. And I think that anything that supports people who are trying to grow the economy, grow America, I think anything that supports those people should be celebrated. And we should make posters, and we should, I think we should join the side of the system and experience what it's like to win. I think that a lesson we can learn is that the system wins and it supports builders, and I think that all of those things are great. And I think that everybody should, at least for the evening, imagine what it would be like to join in on the winning side. And maybe we can all connect over, we can all bond over this embracing of the system. So that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to give a thanks to the builders, and I wanted to give a thanks to the system, and let's all celebrate the winners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Griffin King, 66046. I just wanted to come up here and say that I really agreed with what Shen just said.
Speak to the topic.
What's that?
Speak to the topic of the right-of-way. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Yeah. On the right-of-way, we at Enron, we appreciate people who are working towards growth. We appreciate builders, and most of all, we appreciate the system. So I want to give a thanks to you five up here as part of the system. I want to say that we appreciate you. We want to help you grow in any way we can. That certainly fits within legal frameworks of the country. But we just want to say thanks. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? How about online, Sherry?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this point and consider ordinance number 10148, which is the dedication of this 10-foot easement. Any questions or comments about this?
No questions. I move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10148.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item.
Break.
Sorry?
Break.
Oh, you bet. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. What time is it now, Sherry? Just clock it in. All right, we'll be back at 7:20. start the meeting. Everybody's be quiet for a sec. That'd be great. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks for that break. The next item on our agenda is to conduct a public hearing to consider exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2026 budget and consider adopting resolution number 7627 to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2026 budget. It's a tongue twister.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We are here this evening. We have 2 agenda items, but just this one presentation for our 2026 budget. So we'll look back on our process this year, and we couldn't possibly capture all the milestones, but some highlights. Process that we usually start in the spring. We started officially in November. We formed both a community budget committee and an employee budget committee to get some additional perspectives into our process, and those kicked off in December. In January, we came to the City Commission to get some high-level policy feedback. We opened up Balancing Act in February and then reviewed the results that we received from that exercise with the City Commission in April. In June, we went over the proposed CIP, and then July, the proposed budget. And here we are this evening for the 2 public hearings, and then September 16th is the planned budget adoption day. So just a reminder, this is a $431 million budget across all funds. And some features of the city manager's proposed budget given direction from the City Commission. One, that it's a flat mill levy, the commitment to market rate compensation, and that continued investment in infrastructure. We began the process with an anticipated $6.6 million shortfall of expenses exceeding revenue in our general fund, the city's primary operating fund. We relied heavily on community engagement. I hear Craig say a lot that although he's the person who signs his name to it, that this is the community's budget, and we look to reflect that in our process. So we have utilized Balancing Act, which we have found to be an effective tool to reflect the priorities and service level expectations of the community. And again, a goal for this budget is that it would set us on a sustainable path forward. I recognize that I'm the one standing in front of you tonight, but there are many individuals, both within the organization as well as the community, that have helped make this budget what it is today, and I'm very thankful for their efforts. So looking back on that Balancing Act, the community engagement, it was open from February 1 to March 7th. We hosted engagements for both the community as well as for our employees. We received 637 submissions, and from those results, we created tiers of prioritization levels. And that broke into the 4 tiers that you see in front of you. The Tier 1 were those programs that would be maintained. Tier 2, approximately 6% decrease. Tier 3, approximately 13% decrease. And Tier 4, approximately 20% decrease. Again, these were guideposts for our department heads that then go and build a budget based off of those total numbers that they receive. And again, that sustainability piece, so setting aside $2 million for fund balance restoration. The graph on the left is without the restoration. The graph on the right is some out years with that $2 million set aside in the 2026 proposed budget. There are a few changes from the proposed budget that the City Commission saw in July. So in addition, I'm just going to minimize that. In addition to the $2 million for fund balance restoration, this revenue over expenses line that you see of 3.2, that reflects the 0.8 additional maximum mill levy that the City Commission approved in July. We will get direction on allocating those dollars or then lowering the mill levy rate. Our other change is to fire medical, and I think out of all our departments, fire med's probably the department that has seen the most changes due to our partnership with the county. Their first proposal with the original 36% contribution from the county had a reduction of upward of 18 employees. That percentage by the county has increased to 40.5%, and by doing so, we're able to maintain all but one of those positions. Again, this funding is only agreed upon for 2026, so one of our next steps will be to work with the county on what LDCFM's percentage will look like in future years. So this chart in front of you is where we are today. You see the expenditure reduction by departments. If they had the opportunity to increase revenue, you see those as well. And then in blue is the total change. The far right hand is the original target that each department was given. There are also a few changes to our capital improvement plan, our CIP. Placeholder for Lawrence Loop Extension has been added in 2028. You see it highlighted in front of you due to the Michigan to Sandra Shaw Park project no longer being tenable. And there were also several development-driven revenue bond projects that can be supported by the rate model's current rate projections, so those have been added as well. Again, all those changes that we've listed are reflected in the budget as it is before you this evening, but we do need further direction from Commission, particularly as it relates to fees for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. So following the discussion that we had with Commission, there is an updated option, a lower price membership with access to all facilities, free for youth and those financially qualified residents. There is the Lawrence resident rate and then the non-resident rate for those outside of city limits. And the net reduction is $50,000 less in revenue for that department. And here is what those updated pricing looks like. Okay, so why we are here tonight is for 2 public hearings. This notice that you see in front of you was shared in the Lawrence Journal World. It has the maximum mill levy rate of 33.986, which exceeds the revenue neutral rate of 31.379. We do require a roll call vote to exceed the revenue neutral rate, but the mill levy rate can be reduced up until budget adoption. A look at that property tax breakdown. The city is approximately 26% of the bill. With a maximum mill levy rate of 33.986, our median home value would see an increase of approximately $25 annually. So again, those steps for tonight, the revenue neutral rate public hearing, then we would do a roll call vote if exceeding revenue neutral, as well as the budget public hearing, and then plan for September 16th, again, budget adoption. Just one more plug here at the budget at lawrenceks.org. We have received a lot of community feedback this year. I think we're about 25 pages of Q&A, and we do that so that folks, you know, when you have a question, other people can see it as well. And it's not only a way for us to answer questions, but also get an idea of where we can do better. And so we are certainly looking into some of those things. We've already made some minor adjustments, and as we have the opportunity, we will continue to do so and try to improve things. So that is all I have this evening.
Okay, Ellie, thank you. Any questions for Ellie?
Ally, on the piece for the rec fees under the denotion that the financially qualified residents, what was the criteria you used for that?
I will let Lindsay or Luis.
Good evening, Lindsay Hart, Assistant Director for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. We will be using the criteria that we currently use for our scholarship program, and we will accept documents such as school lunch letter for reduced fees for reduced lunch, SNAP, any type of financial assistance from a federal institution that anyone can show us that they've already received, we will consider that as our qualified rate.
Okay. I may have a follow-up here in just a bit, but that's good for now.
Thanks.
Any other questions right now? Okay, thanks. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Nobody wants to talk on this? Going once?
You got some.
My name is Alan Ford at 1723 East 1100 Road, and I'm opposed to putting fees in for the recreation centers. I think we should be encouraging people to do exercise and not discourage them. Probably calling this a recreation center is probably a misnomer. The sports pavilion is I think of it as a wellness center. I think if you go out there tomorrow morning, you'll see a lot of people who won't be who won't be recreation. They'll be doing exercise. They're walking. They're using the weight rooms. They're going to wellness classes, etc. But my real main point and my main desire is to discourage you from using some information that was distributed with a survey that came out. And this is attempted to go out and compare what we have with other cities in Lawrence. And it says here, we've compared what other communities charge for similar services. And so we're looking here at Eudora, Miriam, Lenexa, Olathe, Baldwin, Overland Park, and Derby. These is very misleading information right here, because these services have a swimming pool in them. And that's very different. Either a swimming pool in the building, or they have access to a swimming pool like they do in Eudora. If you look down, or let me state, to really compare rates with what we have here, which is really not comparable, you have to think about what does it cost someone to swim annually. And to swim here, to get an annual ticket for somebody who's an adult, you're talking about $325. $325 would give you the right to swim downtown for a few months. And then you also have access to free state swimming facilities. Well, the original proposal came out here for $250. It's now been reduced. You take $325 for the swimming, and you add $250 now for the recreation facility, the entrance fee. That's $575, which now puts you almost at the very top of our list here. We've got one who charges $600 for their particular facility. If you lower it today, like we're talking about, you're still going to be over $400 for that particular use of our pools outside, and compared to what you're getting inside. And you got a full pool, 12 months of the year inside.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it.
Mike Courtney, Prairie Park, 66046. During the July 8th City Commission meeting, it was stated that city staff relied heavily on community engagement through Balancing Act to shape budget priorities. This tool was used by the departments to craft proposals primarily based on results from Balancing Act. As you saw earlier, the Balancing Act was completed by 637 people. Today, I'm here in support of Carol Coomer's Change.org petition. That petition, No Recs for Lawrence Rec Centers, has almost 2,000 signatures. As of a few hours ago, 3 times the respondents of the Balancing Act. I have talked to many people over these past couple months, and this is an unbelievably unpopular thing we're trying to do here. I would challenge members of the City Commission and the city staff to go to Rock Chalk Park in the morning and talk with the people there. They will tell you what a recent Harvard study concluded, that exercising regularly is the single most important thing you can do for your health. Or just read the comments in the petition. 2 weeks ago, a user, Hank, said, "I have used the rec centers for decades to help control my blood pressure. Having free access helps people's health and prevents expensive emergency room visits." Another user, Kim, said, "The opportunity to have a place to go exercise after surgery at no cost is a huge community benefit for my aging parents." This is what we're here fighting for, the health and well-being of our fellow Lawrencians. And there is a successful model in town that we can use to make these numbers work. Since May, I've been arguing that the Parks and Rec Department should use a Friends group similar to what the library uses. The library's Friends and Foundation raised $521,000 to cover 100% of the library's programs. This successful program can and should be the model for how we fund the rec centers. And when I've talked to you guys individually, you've asked for more community engagement. Carol's petition is that community engagement. I'm calling on you to put a 1-year pause on rec center fees. While a Parks and Rec Friends group is developed, this act will strengthen the community as we protect the health and well-being of our fellow citizens and friends.
Thanks, Mike.
Sorry. Eric Hyde, 66046. All right, so I appreciate what Mike Courtney said, standing up for this fee increase thing, against it. But I just want to remind everybody that I am the first person who voiced out my concern against it in this room. And I was given no credit by the Lawrence Journal-World. I sat in a Lawrence, sorry, I'll lower my voice. I sat in Lawrence Chamber of Commerce political candidate meeting, and everybody looked at Bob Shum like he was, an idol for the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Bob Shum. Oh, and they looked at Little John. Oh, Little John. Okay, so what I'm getting at here is that Parks and Rec fees are unconstitutional. I know that there's a supreme law for this city. People here think they're gods. Oh, we can do everything. We're supreme. We can charge fees. Look at all the other cities around here. Oh, they're so great. Let's be like them. No. Let's be like Lawrence, Kansas. We are not like anybody else. We are Lawrence, Kansas. We accept all sorts of people here. But you know what? We should not accept Parks and Rec fees. Okay, sorry. Okay. Don't do it. Do not do it. I don't care if it's legal, if it's to code, like you guys freaking passed that stupid thing. Oh, it's to code. We should pass the building. Ooh, it's to code. Well, you guys don't even follow your own codes. Mr. Littlejohn, Mr. Shum, you also put up signs. You violated the yard sign ordinances that Owens told you not to. Just like he told me, upstairs on the 4th floor of City Hall the day my son was born on July 17th. So you know what? I'm pretty pissed off. I see a lot of people cheating in this town, and they work for the city, or they're trying to get on the city. Sure. And so you can't stop me. I'm almost done. Okay. Do not pass these fees. I love Parks and Rec. People need to appreciate them for free because they already pay for them. Don't raise the fees. Don't make fees. There's already fees in place. Don't raise more. Just leave it how it is.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. Paige Weigel-Helt, 66047. I'm a Lawrence local. I've lived here my whole life. I've used Rock Chalk Park. I've played volleyball my whole life. The fees up on the board, it said lower something fees. I think that putting lower in front is just a facade of accessibility when this proposal is anything but accessible. Bastardizing capitalism was mentioned earlier, which is exactly what this plan is, but it's at the expense of our community. And it was also mentioned earlier that you guys are reflection of the expectations of the community, and I think it is clear that the expectations of our community's resources and our community centers is accessibility, which this plan directly opposes. I think a big difference between like a private club and a community center is accessibility, which this plan takes away. And I know youth and elderly are mentioned. I'm 22 years old. I believe I would not fall under either of those probably parameters, but it is still very important to me. I'm a part of a team reach that has over 55 people in it that play pickup games of volleyball for free, which even while you guys were speaking, around 12 people messaged in that group chat, and they're all actively currently playing as we are speaking. If this were to pass, that may not be available to all of those people that rely on that. And that is just one of 2 group chats that have around the same amount of 55 people. So I would urge you guys to consider this, because unlike the site plan, administratively, this does not have to be approved. Thank you.
Good evening. Nikki Weigel, 66049. 1,923 people have signed the No Fees for Rec Centers petition, which reads, "We petition the Lawrence City Commission to maintain free access to all Lawrence, Kansas recreation centers. We also petition them to explore alternative funding sources to maintain and improve our recreation centers. Free access to our city's recreation facilities is important for so many reasons. Recreation cities are places for community members to exercise, gather, and participate in activities that enhance their lives. They foster a sense of community, they encourage a healthy lifestyle, they support residents' well-being, and are accessible for all families and individuals alike. Lawrence prides itself on equity and inclusion, but implementing fees to access our local recreation centers would create barriers to their benefits, especially for lower-income residents who rely on these services. Every resident, regardless of financial status, should have access to these vital services. These fees are being proposed because the city has made substantial financial decisions in the last 5 years that have led to a budget deficit. During this time, residents have also seen a 40% increase in their property taxes and an 18% increase in their utility fees. The proposed fees for recreation centers would be an additional burden on a community that is already paying substantially for the city's increased spending. The median household income in Lawrence, Kansas is $63,000, and 17.6% of the population lives in poverty. Introducing fees could alienate nearly 1/5 of the community. Families whose budgets are already stretched, and individuals who view local recreation centers as their only option for affordable fitness and recreation. By implementing these fees, we would risk increasing health disparities. Instead of charging fees, the city could explore alternative funding sources to maintain and improve the rec centers. And our petition lists many options, which Carol Kummer will speak to next. I and the other 1,923 people who have signed this petition urge the Lawrence City Commission officials to maintain free access to our local recreation centers so everyone can access their benefits without economic barriers. Thank you.
Carol Kummer, 66049. Good evening, Commissioners. The purpose of my petition tonight is to request the rejection of the proposed park and rec facility fees. It is not a matter of budget, but a matter of priorities and public trust. For decades, the community has invested in recreation centers with the understanding that they are shared public resources accessible to all regardless of income. Implementing fees would be a step backwards for Lawrence. Such a system would disproportionately affect the most vulnerable residents, including families, seniors, and young people who rely on these centers for their health and well-being. While we appreciate the city's considering lower fees than first proposed, we petitioned the city to maintain free access to our rec centers. A recent community survey showed that more than 81% of the 2,632 respondents were opposed to these fees. When the cost of living is rising, publicly funded spaces should not become another financial aggravation. Every other option must be exhausted before considering a policy that would make recreation centers less accessible. Instead of charging these fees, I urge the city to explore these alternative funding sources to maintain and improve the recreation centers. Options include partnerships with local businesses, community fundraising events like bike-a-thons, fun runs, fitness challenges, increasing fees for tournaments, charging spectator fees at tournaments, finding additional sponsorship, better advertising for existing revenue-generating activities, increasing concession revenues, exploring grant opportunities that focus and enhance our community's health, and self-naming rights to SPL to philanthropists as David Booth and Bill Self. Recreation is not a luxury. It's a vital part of a healthy, equitable community. We already pay for these centers with our tax dollars. Adding a fee now would break a promise and deny access to low-income families. Who knows? Free access to our rec centers may produce our next superstar athlete for KU basketball, football, or volleyball. Economic barriers should not be built. Uphold the community's value by keeping rec center free for all of our residents should be our goal. Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. This is my own statement, not as a representative of another organization. I happen to be part of several of them in and around Lawrence, in fact, across the nation, because I care about the things that are going on and want to do something real to help democracy and the people it's there to serve. That's part of why we're here. The continuing conversations on parks and rec fees is giving Scott Jennings and his quote about the residents of DC not wanting the National Guard to be there in this farce of crime suppression. He says, I don't care what they think. I mean, these are the same people who elected the mayor and city council that ran the city's public safety into the ground in the first place. They don't know what's good for them. We are the same people who voted you into office. We are the same people who have decried the fees in what amounts to a majority, alongside the advisory board that has also given multiple no votes on this topic. So my question to you is, do you care what the people think? You talk engagement, but do you actually care? Does it matter to you what we think? The ones who continue to finance the things you voted in without proper engagement, like the initial FUSIS funding. The ones who try to get conversations going about what's included in the debt, other expenses, and income using accurate numbers. The ones who are actually trying to do our job to help you to do your job. We're not here to be against you. We're here to be support. And if you're not going to listen to us, that takes away all the support and community. This was promised to the city as a way to help the health of all these people who actually believe in it, which is why they were willing to have that initial upfront investment. It was supposed to be free to use because they care about their health, their children's health, and all the future benefits that it can give. Do you care? It's about 80%. It's definitely the majority. Same numbers they were seeing in DC saying no. Are you going to listen to the people? That's what this is about right now. We definitely would support something like Friends of the Library did. Look at Target. We put our money where we care. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen.
Good evening. Tom Hornick, 66049. I just have one question for you guys. The Parks and Recs, lots of people use that thing, and it's perfect just the way it is. You're having trouble funding that. My question is, how do you fund the bus? The bus goes around with nobody in the bus, and it's free. So why can't you just leave the Parks and Recs that people use free? Thank you.
Tom?
Samuel Carter, 66046, and I want to second the comments offered by Mike Courtney and the organizer of the petition about exploring other solutions. And I also, I want to touch upon the idea of means testing, right? This idea that if you are below a certain income threshold, you can submit paperwork to have a reduced fee. And I understand why it's proposed to kind of grease the wheels a little bit, but means testing, just in principle, has basically been a bad idea. It's just, for other programs that have means testing, it becomes a burden in of itself. It is just something that, if you don't make enough money, you have to jump through more hoops, and that's why a lot of food stamp funds don't get used, because of means testing and stigma associated with means testing. So I do think, I understand why it's being proposed, but I think in principle, I agree with a lot of the other sentiment expressed tonight, which is that access to recreational opportunities is a right. It's something that's important. Everyone needs access to recreational opportunities, and I would hope that other revenue sources are seriously considered. For instance, one revenue source that I imagine actually maybe less popular than rec fees would be to charge for parking at the rec center. I mean, not everyone, 30% of Kansas residents do not drive, do not have a driver's license, but they still have to pay for the concrete, the land itself, that space that was used, in general taxes and et cetera. So, let's really put everything on the table if we're serious about this. And I don't think it lines up with our community values to start charging fees. I really think it's an all or nothing approach, and I think everything needs to be on the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Samuel.
There were a couple people that spoke here about the responsibility that the people on the dais have for this, and the responsibility that staff has for this. Parks and Recs was not to be charged. We spent a lot of money. I've been here 30 years. I remember this stuff. We spent a lot of money so that people wouldn't be charged. And now, since you have lazy city staff that can't figure out a budget without overrunning the dollars, they're trying to get you guys to go back on the promises that you've made to the citizens. Parks and Rec that was sold to us as a community asset, beneficial to the entire community. And if you're going to try to charge for those services now and charge for that access, you're limiting a good portion of your community just by the dollars alone. While you have city administrators making in excess of $100,000, $200,000 a year, you're going to have families making less than $20,000 a year paying Parks and Rec fees to make up for that. That's all I got.
Hi, I'm Rod Cummer, 66049. We moved here about 6 years ago, so I wasn't privy to when this was built or anything, but I have done a little research. Bob Shum was the mayor at the time. He explained to me that the council said that there would be no fees. That was very important to him, he said. I think one of the things as Americans right now is we don't have faith in our government. They made a statement. It wasn't you that made the statement, but it was a government of here that made the statement that there would not be fees. If you go and raise fees now, the faith in our government does fall another step. So it's very important that not just the financial, but our faith in our government is looked at here too. and our faith in what you do. Thank you.
Good evening, Bob Shum, 66047. I've been previously introduced tonight. And I once again want to tell you that I was the person who made the promise that there would be no there when we contemplated the building and the planning of this, and I still feel very strongly that that's the way it should be. There are other options that you have on the table that could change that, and you're hearing from an awful lot of people here tonight that they really don't care for it. So I made that promise. I feel bad that my word might not be upheld, and I made it in the name of the city too, along with the rest of the commission. So please consider that. Thank you.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I just have a quick question on this issue. I know Parks and Rec Director Luis Ruiz had previously stated that that's what everyone was promised, was that we weren't supposed to have to pay for these fees, but that the promise was never codified in law. So Mayor Dever, I know you were vice mayor back then. I would have liked to have gone before former Commissioner Bob Shum to have asked that. So I would just like to have the commission that was involved with this matter in the past explain why that was never codified into law, why that decision was made, and how, if that's still an available option for us to codify that, since that was the original promise. So thank you very much.
Patrick.
Hello, David Baston, and I'm definitely for no fees at the rec centers. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right. It was built for everybody, and everybody should be able to go there with not having to pay any fees whatsoever. I grew up here. I mean, that's one of the things that kept me out of trouble when I was young. I came from a poor family, and that's like going to the boys club or things like that, or some of the things that kept me out of trouble. So just having fees, some parents can't afford to give their kids any money to do those type of things, either food on the table or that. So I think it's a bad idea, and it's a good, it seems like we always have something that kind of distracts from what we're focusing on here, which, last year it was fire, defunding the fire department, and now it's recreation. It's always something that distracts people from what we're talking about. It's a revenue neutral rate. Again, I think earlier this year, I submitted some things to you guys, some things where we could cut our budget here or there. I don't know if you looked at any of them. It doesn't seem like, maybe you have, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of things are overlooked that where we could save money. So we wouldn't even be in the situation of even talking about cutting rec center fees or any of that. I don't know if anybody asked the question. I mean, we go off the balancing act that's set up, and even some of those numbers when they're originally brought back, I know for a fact a couple of people voted for the money to go back into to lower taxes. And then when you guys came back with your reports, there was nobody selected that. So I find that some of them numbers, I don't know if that was a missed thing or not, but not 100% accurate. And then if you're even go over there, if a community member wanted to back all the money out of these other programs and put them all into that, it's not really easy to do without knowing you have to go on the complete other side at the bottom and then transfer the money over there. So it's kind of deceiving. I mean, if you want a real good thing with the balancing act, you need to make that easy to take the money out too. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Good evening. My name is Seamus Aldritton. I'm a member, and I am currently the president of Lawrence Professional Firefighters. While we strongly disagree with several policy recommendations for you tonight, particularly the proposal to shut down the fire engine at 19th and Iowa, engine number 5, I'm not here to question your integrity or your commitment to this community. I've interacted with all of you enough to know better. Instead, I'm here to talk about actions, not intentions. And I will challenge anyone who says this budget prioritizes public safety. Because the actions proposed in this budget do not, the spending choices in this budget do not. To borrow a couple idioms, talk is cheap and the men always know the score. Yes, this budget is difficult. But let's be clear, it's not unique. Anyone who's been in government long enough has seen economic cycles like this before. What's unique is the response to shut down a fire truck and cutting public safety resources. That's a departure from the past commissions who, even in tough years, affirmed their commitment to public safety. You all seem to be on the verge to break that tradition. I brought with me tonight every report published in the last decade or so from the City of Lawrence and the fire department, close to 1,000 pages. These aren't anecdotal studies or reports. They're full of data on response times, population growth, building permits, risk profiles, traffic patterns, GIS plotting, and resource deployment models. Every bit of it has been analyzed by a third party and vetted. Frankly, these reports are of higher quality and better in quality than some studies the city has spent tens of thousands of dollars on for other policy questions. There's enough research, data, and analysis in here to get a couple fire chiefs some PhDs and doctoral theses. And what did all these studies say? We're understaffed, we're under-resourced, and the city is slowly becoming more dangerous year over year as the call volumes increase. You know who has read these reports and responded to them? Our county commissioners. The last decade, as these reports have come out, they have added, now as of last Wednesday, 2 ambulances and injected millions of dollars into the LDCFM budget. What has this commission done? Nothing. Except maybe we may be shutting down a fire truck. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Thank you. I'll leave this for the record.
Thanks, Seamus.
Sean Coffey, 66049, and I appreciate the words that Seamus just came out with. Public safety, I consider it, I've been here before, a backbone of our community. And there's a great deal of passion here in this room tonight, and it's wonderful to see it. But when it comes down to it, when you call 911, when things are bad, you expect your police, fire, and EMS to show up. And cutting an engine company back to staffing levels that existed in 1985 is just not acceptable. We had about 60,000 people here in town. At that point, it took you, maybe you had 17 minutes to get out of your house in 1985. Now they're saying you have 3 minutes or less. But yet we're reducing staffing levels back to 1985. Nobody in the city has been cut back to 1985 levels. City manager's office still has a city manager, 2 assistants, when it used to be just 1 assistant manager. None of the other departments. I'd also ask, where are the reductions in the general fund departments? I may have missed it, but I haven't seen anything as we look at all this. Just remember, there'll be a reduction from ISO 1 to ISO 2. 75% of the insurance companies in the U.S. use ISO, so people's homeowners insurance is going to increase. We're not following NFPA consensus standards. We're not meeting that 4-minute travel time. We're exceeding that. The reliability of having a truck in the station when the alarm comes in is going down, down, and so when they need it, it won't be there. I appreciate the funding the county has done. It appears that maybe it's 1.2, 1.3 million they've come forward with this year. Tying that back in with what they gave us in 2022 of 2.1 million, it's about what, 3.3 million, $3.4 million the county has come up with. But yet we're reducing fire suppression, and that's what I'm talking about, fire trucks, fire suppression coming to my home. So it's important. So then I just kind of like to finish up and talk about, as this goes forward and we reduce, I want to talk about my disappointment. And I'm disappointed for our citizens, our community. I see this passion out there for the rec center fees, the loop. But we should have this passion for our public safety. These people out there are going to be there in the worst day of your life. They're going to come there. And now we're reducing that staffing level, and there may not be a fire truck to come to your house. Disappointed in the city manager's office. We talked about this last year when we tried to reduce to 3-person staffing on the trucks. And the fire department came out and said, that's not the best way to provide service to our community. So we come around this year and we say, just find the money. And it's really about the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean.
Melinda Ball, 66046. I do have a passion for emergency services. I think they are deeply essential. When I was in 7th grade, my house burnt down, so I've been through it. Here in Lawrence, we live between 2 rivers. We already have flooding issues. We'll continue to have flooding issues. Emergency response will be our lifeline, so we need them. We need those services in adequate capacity. Wildfires are also a threat, so equally important to consider. I didn't have anything really laid out to say other than don't reduce. From 1985 levels, that's just insanity to me, and I certainly feel less safe. There's the issue, as it was raised already, around insurance. Like, that's a reality. Insurance companies are already leaving the state. So, we reduce our coverage for emergency services, probably have more leaving our state. And we'll just end up somewhat like California, where someone gets a huge, new premium they have to pay, and then they can't afford it, and then they're out of their house. So please keep the emergency services staffed. Thank you.
Thanks, Melinda.
Good evening, Commission. Jack Dolan, 66046. I am our current Vice President of Local 1596, LDCFM employee and member of this community. I want to start by bringing up something that happened around this time last year when we were talking about cutting staffing. So 9 killed, 30 hospitalized after Fall River assisted living facility fire. This is a headline that was released early July of this year after a fire tore through an assisted living facility outside of Boston. This headline could have easily replaced Fall River with Lawrence as of August 20th last year when we had that Brandon Woods fire. Luckily, Engine 5 was in service that day. And do you know who was on the top level of that assisted living facility evacuating folks? It was Engine 5. So Commissioners, this south end the line is, the line between properly responding to calls and showing up too late. line between a family member walking out of the hospital after a serious medical event with neurologic deficit for the rest of their lives. Or the line in late August last year where the story could have read multiple dead and dozens injured in senior living facility. Instead, it read 85 residents displaced, not one resident injured. This proposal is about more than money. The proposal is about the safety of the residents of Lawrence. It's about the residents knowing that when they call 911 that they have a proper response to their emergency coming. According to the National Fire Protection Agency, Standard 1710, a high hazard fire like an assisted living fire requires 43 people to safely mitigate. Right now, our current minimum staffing is 39. 4 of those are in the county. 2 of those are battalion chiefs. That takes us down to 33. Let's say we have 1 medic unit on a call, which is not an unreasonable scenario. We're at 31 folks. Recommended is 43. With this proposal, you take 31 down to 28. It's a long ways from 43. This is not enough personnel to try and evacuate 85 residents, let alone attack a fire, create a water supply, pump a truck, check for extension, perform overhaul, set up a medical group for potential victims, and allow for a backup crew to take place of the initial crew when their bottles are depleted. I urge the commission to think on this. Is this the risk that we're willing to take as a community? Is this the right place to be cutting from? And are you willing to be the ones responsible for a gamble that results in a headline such as 9 killed and 30 hospitalized? Thank you for your work on this budget.
Thank you.
Hello, Shen Steele, 66046. I'm gonna change the pace of some of what I've been sharing tonight. I have an idea to propose regarding the recreational facilities that I think people could get behind. But first, I want to address any assumptions people might have formed about us as we've come up here and spoken tonight. I'm not here to disrupt. I'm not here to undermine the comments that the other people are bringing to this forum. It's actually the complete opposite. I'm here as a 22-year-old citizen of this community, and well, I'm not here to make a joke of this important process. I am here to call attention to some of the absurdity and some of the situations we find ourselves in. And so I've talked with people in this community. There's groups out here who are working to solve problems for this community, who are being proactive about finding resources for under-resourced people, who are trying to create a safer place for people. And they're all doing this proactively. They're not being paid, and they don't have these seats where they're capable of making decisions for the city, but they're out there. And I know that each of you, when you ran for these seats, had a vision of what you wanted to do for this city. And what's unfortunate is how the city has wielded its budget over the last several years for us to end up in a position like this. And so while we're here, part of the reason is to draw attention to these issues. And part of the reason is to, I guess, make this whole experience a little more enjoyable for people. There's a lot of people here who might prefer to spend their evenings somewhere else, but they're here because they care. And part of our presence here is to make it a little more interesting, a little more enjoyable, while drawing attention to some of these issues. And so we're going to propose an idea, and it's a starting place. And you can think about it as maybe a reflection of where we are right now. And the idea that I have for the recreational facility that maybe everybody can get behind if we think this is something we can support, and if you think it might draw attention to something you care about, what if we what if we turn the recreational facilities into a energy generation facility where everybody lines up and they push a giant wheel around in a circle, and that generates enough electricity to offset some of the costs.
Time.
And if people think they can support that idea, maybe a round of applause.
Yo. Okay, thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Bob Alonzo. I live out in West Lawrence, 049, I guess you'd say zip code. Hey, I came here tonight just because I haven't been here for many years to find out just kind of what was going on with the budget. From why my property tax payment now is more than my house payment, my first house at 13% interest. But I recognize the difficulty, so I just want to thank each one of you for taking the time and volunteering to put yourself through this and have to go through the battle of making these tough decisions. Because I know they're tough, and something has to give and something has to go and so forth. So I appreciate you sitting here taking all that and having to wrestle those issues. I concur with the rec center issue, and I can understand the importance of public service, having served in the military almost one way or another for 40 years, how important those types of things are. So I appreciate your efforts. So I want somebody to say that to you tonight, because I know you've taken a lot of heat. So good luck, and hope the decisions come out that work the best across the board. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room?
Good evening. Stephen Patton, 66049. I've been a resident of Lawrence for about 33 years, a homeowner for about 30 of those 33. My wife has been a lifetime resident, so we've seen a lot over the years in this community. And the budget challenges that we're facing can definitely appreciate, having my line of work been faced with similar tough decisions, tough outcomes, but the budget's the budget. I'm standing here in opposing the resolution to increase the mill levy above the revenue neutral. As the gentleman that was just up here had said, we've watched our property taxes just continue to grow and grow and grow. And from my own personal situation, I've seen, every year it seems I get the notice in the mail, adjustment to to what goes to the bank. And it's all attributed to property taxes and insurance, to the point where in my own personal situation, my property taxes and insurance are now more than my principal and interest. And that's the first time that's happened since I've been a homeowner in this city. That's the problem. And I'm sure there's thousands of other people, tens of thousands, that are experiencing the same thing. And that, I think, requires a really tough look at the budget. I think all the objections people have raised about the recreation fees as well as the services are all valid points and are probably what I would consider top priorities for the community. So it would require digging deeper in terms of where do we go inside the budget to make it all work. I know that in the plan it said $25 for an average of a $270,000 house, and it's precisely that type of rationalization that I believe we get ourselves talked into that gets us to the point where people are experiencing the burdensome taxes. And Commissioner Sellers, you had said in one of the other discussions we had prior that home ownership in this should be available and it shouldn't be burdensome. And I think we're getting to a point where home ownership is starting to become burdensome for a lot of people. And a lot of it's become because of the taxes and how we're spending the money. So we have to be very, very requiring of how that budget gets put together. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your all's time in figuring this out, and recognition that it's far from an easy task. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I'll see if anybody's online, Sherry.
Mm-hmm. Here are a few on the folder. Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047.
I'm asking Commissioner Sellers to turn on her camera. It's been off this entire meeting tonight, if she could, please. I had a thought about for the Parks and Recs fees or the shortage in the budget. It would be nice in this town if people went the speed limit. I think we could make a lot of money just setting up speed traps and catching people who clearly do not go the speed limit in this town. So that would be my suggestion for increasing revenue in the town. By charging for the the Parks and Recs charging for Rock Chalk, you're now competing with the gyms. So what are you going to do if you suddenly got a major drop instead of a major positive, and thinking and assuming that people are going to pay those additional fees to go to your center versus joining one of the other gyms here locally? I haven't heard that discussion of pros and cons on that. And then my final comment is, if Mr. Schum was the mayor when the promise was made for Parks and Rec to be free forever, why was that not written in to the documentation? Since he was the mayor, he should have known that. And so that makes me feel like it was like a snake oil sale, that it was assumed by everybody it would be free because that's what he said, but it was never written in paper. And that's how we got to this point of being able for the city to say to us, oh, we can charge you for that because it wasn't written down anywhere. And finally, irritating people as a retired special education behavior disorder teacher. The more people you irritate, the more you're going to hear people coming up and being belligerent, offensive, because they're angry. And they're very angry because they're not being heard. And the more we continue to do this in this city, the more of those people you're going to hear and see at your podium. Promise you. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just kind of tuned in since I would have been watching on YouTube, but y'all removed that, so this is much less efficient, I think. One of my thoughts was, do we have, I don't know how it works, but I've heard of volunteer firefighters. Do we have any of those? Like if we are going to be cutting staff or fire help, I guess, do we have any kind of program to find volunteers in case there is like a huge fire where we don't have enough firefighters anymore? So I just want to throw that out there. Not that I support cutting fire staffing. Also, here's something. When it comes to public safety, how come we still have the funds for police saturations and DUI checkpoints, which they just did one a week or two ago? So if we're going to actually go for public safety, how about we quit funding that bullshit and start funding fire trucks? Like, I've been hit by a drunk driver and I've had my apartment burned down. And I will say I'd rather my money go to the fire trucks than the police catching drunk drivers. Also, when it comes to money, I want to bring up the parking permits that you all want to bring into, like in the next year or two, where you're talking about this new public or this permit parking. Are you going to be charging for that? Because I think if you're going to be charging fees for something, I think turning public parking spaces into private ones. I don't think we should be doing that for free. I think if someone wants a public parking space for their own private use, they should pay for it. Now, and if you do pay for it, how much can we expect from this program? Like, that's what you need to be asking is, can we be charging for these new parking permits? And if so, how much less can we charge for recreation center fees? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
We have one more, Mayor.
Okay.
Stephen Watts?
Hi. First, I'd like to comment on
You lose him?
We did. Let me get him back. Sorry about that, Mr. Watts. Go right ahead.
Okay, the media expert can reset the clock, please. I'd like to first comment that the fire department staff need to work with the police department to keep the cars from blocking the fire hydrants. The fire hydrant at Sunnyside, Louisiana is typically blocked every day, as is the fire hydrant at the corner of 17th and Ohio Street. Every day, cars in front of the fire hydrant. How can they put out a fire if the water isn't available? You know, we have a surplus of money in this town, in changing gears a little bit, because we don't have a town travel policy and we have no limitations about how city commissioners use the money to go wherever the hell they want to pimp themselves to get another job somewhere else. In addition, the city pays every month to buy coffee, not store-bought coffee, but stuff from deluxe stores. Any department can stock their own area with coffee. And I guess it's only in Lawrence, Kansas, having worked for the federal government and the state government, I can assure you that everybody buys their own gosh darn coffee. But we have enough money that we can do it for everybody. I know that that's rinky-dink. Doesn't amount to much, but that is the metaphor for how we look at things in employment with the city. Now, with respect to charging at the parks, it's critical to note that it is not free. There is nothing free about our parks as they hold now. They are supported by tens of millions of tax dollars over the last many, many years. However, that being said, hearing all of this woo-woo, this effort seems to be, well, the effort to not charge seems to be what outside agitators and insurrectionists are trying to do to stop progress. Most certainly, our town needs to charge any and all to go into the parks and to use the recreation centers. And we can have the Buy Budweiser billboards all over the place, please. Now, by charging admission, the town executive team and the Chamber of Commerce are quietly able to limit the type and quality of people who use the parks. And we also must support this quiet effort to restrict park access to only those who know how to appreciate a park. It is an effort to keep the riffraff away. It is not about money. Hooray for Louis Ruiz and Porter Arneal and Mark Hecker, the guy who decided to scorch the landscape and herbicide around Prairie Park Nature Center. He got a nice pay raise for his effort too. And also Lindsay Hart, the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department leaders who each recognize parks are only for the well-heeled. And at least two of them don't even reside in Lawrence. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
We do have one more. I'm going to move over, Mayor. They haven't provided their name, so
Okay.
hopefully we can get them on. I don't think we want to.
Go on.
You can go ahead and provide your comments. I'm not sure, Mayor, that this
That
is
Guy Fawkes on there?
person.
My apologies. I'm having a difficult time here with the technology. My name is Bob Isaacs, and I'm at 66049. It seems I was looking at some of the line items in the budget numbers that I was able to look at, and one of the things that came to my mind, I was looking at the transit operations budget as $11,783,000, and that's for bus service that I think one of the previous commenters made the observation that the buses are mostly empty. The next is the homeless solution at $4,723,000. Very, very challenging. Then we have equity inclusion budget, $318,000. Then we have sustainability at $218,000. It seems to me that if the numbers that I have heard previous commenters make, that the budget shortfall for parks and recreations is in the neighborhood of $500,000. The elimination of equity and inclusion and sustainability would give you that number. You have to weigh the priorities of what you're spending on all these other items in terms of fire protection and other emergency services. What are the real critical needs? The other thing that is really frightening is to hear how housing prices are starting to collapse in a number of areas. So what happens when property values go down? Will the tax rates, the tax levies that you're proposing to increase, will they still hold when homeowners' property values decline? These are all very, very challenging things for you to consider. I just want to put that out just so that it can be on the radar screen as you try to consider this. Thank you very much for your service. I appreciate what you do. It's a thankless task at times, and it's very, very challenging road ahead for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Anything else?
That's all the comments.
Okay. So the first part of this two-pronged approach this evening was us discussing our revenue neutral position, or the lack thereof, and then discussion further down on the budget. So we've conducted the public hearing relative to the exceedance of the revenue neutral status for the city, and commissioners, I wanted to have some opportunities to discuss the feedback we received on this specific part of the budget, and maybe open it up to fellow commissioners to come up with any responses to the feedback.
And to be clear, the resolution tonight is to exceed the 31 mills, not to set the final mill rate.
Just
right.
Exceeding revenue neutral status.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll say, I know it, as we heard tonight, and we'll have some discussion when we talk about the budget, it's a very challenging budget, which would be even more challenging if we didn't exceed the revenue neutral rate. And whether or not we end up raising the mill levy, even to get to that $6.6 million deficit, that's without, I mean, that is exceeding the revenue neutral rate up, so whether or not we raise the mill levy, I think, is still a point of discussion. But for me, even to address some of these issues we listen to tonight, but I mean, I feel given where we're at with this budget and the comments we've heard about prioritizing some of the needs, I'm going to support exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
Right, as you pointed out, just by not reducing our mill levy, we are going to exceed revenue neutral based on the property increases, the valuation increases. So at this point, we just have to discuss and vote individually on our agreement to exceed revenue neutral.
We'll talk about the mill levy later.
Correct.
Yeah, I would agree, because if we were not to, we would be talking about, even more cuts that we would, have to make, and we've already asked staff and, kind of had them search to make pretty deep cuts already, so. But yeah, I would second what Vice Mayor Finkelstein said.
Okay. Commissioner Sellers, you want to add anything on this specific question?
Not on the revenue neutral, no. I'll wait to make my comments for the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to keep revenue neutral, we'd have to cut about another $3 million, I believe, if my math was right. So I'm okay with voting yes on this. However, that does not reflect how I feel about the mill levy, and as well as the budget, and that will come next or later.
Okay. Same here. I think this is a matter of form, and since the valuations have increased, we have to make this decision, and I think at this point, we'll have to vote individually on whether or not we're interested in moving forward. So I didn't know if you wanted to speak to this anymore, or we can discuss the specifics on item 4, but at this point, we do need to do this via roll call vote, and I would entertain that motion.
So I move to adopt resolution number 7627 to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2026 budget.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye and a second by Littlejohn. Commissioner Larson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Yes.
Dever votes yes. Littlejohn?
Yes.
Sellers?
Aye.
Got 5 individual yeses, ayes. This motion passes 5-0. Okay, so the next item is to conduct a public hearing specific to the fiscal year budget 2026. Again, we are open to public comments, and so I'm going to open the public hearing as it relates to our 2026 budget.
Good evening. Sherry, I have an image. Yes. For Holly Krebs.
Kurt, can you get those photos pulled up that I sent or forwarded to you?
Holly, could you lower that podium? I cannot see you folks.
Thanks. Holly Krebs, 66046. Commissioners, thank you very much for meeting with me last week to discuss the city's debt. I'm here tonight to share some of the Coalition for Collaborative Governance's research about the city's debt that I've previously shared with you. The chart before you shows the city's debt plan for paying the current and proposed general obligation debt through 2035. It's worth noting that our coalition has asked for this information since March, and this 10-year forecast was just released last Friday afternoon. This chart shows that if the city approves all debt proposed in the CIP before you, the city's debt service payments for their general obligation bonds in 2030 will be $10 million more than this year's payments. This is an 84% increase in 5 years. The city is able to afford these larger payments through 2032 by using funds from the bond and interest fund balance. This chart then shows that in 2033 through 2035, the city anticipates paying for their debt obligations by breaking with their fund balance policy and dipping into reserves that I believe are intended for emergency purposes. Additionally, this chart doesn't show how the city plans to pay for its currently proposed debt beyond 2035. This means that in the 2030s, the city's debt obligations may surpass our community's debt capacity. That is, the amount our residents can afford to pay for debt while also maintaining our city's critical services. If property tax collection is less than anticipated, or if infrastructure needs are greater than anticipated, Our community's finances and services may be under even greater strain during this decade. This chart's projections also assume that the city will only take out approximately $6 million in annual GO debt from 2031 to 2035 for the street maintenance program, and will do no other infrastructure repair and maintenance work that requires GO debt during these 5 years. I believe this may be an unrealistic expectation for at least 5 years, and possibly longer, for a community of 100,000 residents. Our coalition is concerned that the city's proposed debt may significantly limit the city's future capacity to financially manage planned or unplanned infrastructure needs during the 2030s. Our coalition has suggested that the city receive a long-term financial plan from your municipal advisor, which is commonly provided as part of the bond issuance process. This long-term financial plan determines the sustainability of debt by identifying the city's debt capacity based on a city's mill levy and expected utility rates. That is, it identifies how much debt the city can afford based on expected revenue. This plan also identifies the expected principal and interest payments for all proposed debt issuances. This combination of information identifies how much additional debt capacity the city has and would have in future years through the total period of the proposed debt issuances. This allows cities to plan their CIPs based on their long-term debt capacity rather than planning their long-term debt primarily on identified. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly.
Hello, Melinda Ball. I have an image to go with my comment. Kurt. Thanks. Melinda Ball, 66046. About half of the city's debt is from revenue bonds. The city's current total revenue debt is $248 million. And based on the proposed CIP, we anticipate that the city's revenue bond debt will be about $300 million by 2030. This debt is paid for with our utility fees, and the city has been increasing our utility fees to pay for this type of debt. They have increased these fees 18% in the last 2 years and are expected to increase them close to 10% again next year. While the proposed mill levy increase would add a $25 a year to an average home's property tax, the city's proposed utility fee increases will likely add about $150 to a year to an average household fees, in addition to similarly sized increases that have occurred each of the last 2 years. Our coalition has repeatedly asked about the city's long-term plan for paying their revenue bond debt. While the city has answered many of our other questions, they have not provided details about how the city is planning to pay for this half of their debt. We believe the community should know more about the city's long-term plan to pay this debt before the City Commission approves their final budget on September 16. Would you please display my second image? Additionally, our coalition's research into the city budget has revealed documentation inconsistencies that make it impossible for the public to understand the actual numbers for the city's debt issuances, debt payments, and capital expenses. Budgeting information shows what is expected to be collected and spent in a year, which is called cash flow. But we have discovered that the city's budgeting documents report some debt and capital expense numbers as assets and liabilities rather than cash flow. This means the community and the commission are not able to compare how much the city budgeted for those categories versus how much they spent. For example, if you compare the 2024 adopted budget with the 2024 actuals, you see a $95 million discrepancy in capital expenses. The city budgeted $125 million, but only reported $30 million in actual expenses. It's unclear how much of this discrepancy is because the city's reported some of the expenses as assets and how much of it is due to the budgeted money that wasn't spent because projects weren't complete. Another example of these discrepancies is how much the city pays for debt annually. In 2024, $88 million was budgeted for their debt services payments, but the 24 actuals say that the city spent $27 million less than that. We believe that budgeting documents should report cash flow for all categories so everyone can understand how the city's money was budgeted and used. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
I have images for comments for Christina McKenna. The coalition has also found it challenging to understand how much new debt the city is authorizing each year. In the city's budget, debt revenue is presented collectively with other sources of revenue in a category called miscellaneous. So it's not clear how much of this revenue is from debt. We've been using the city's CIP documentation to determine how much new debt is being proposed each year, which provides line items showing how much bond revenue the city anticipates. The problem is the Finance Department's recent Q&A answers say this number refers to expected cash flow out, even though the line item itself states that it's incoming revenue. This means we haven't been able to find in the city's financial documentation an accurate showing of how much new debt the city is proposing to take out in 26. We believe they're anticipating spending $126 million in debt revenue, but it's not clear if that's new or reissued debt. We do know the city reissues one-year temp notes for some of their debt, but the Finance Department has also not answered our questions about how they're tracking reissued debt. We suspect the city records the original temp note revenue one year, then the next year they pay off any amount they didn't use, and again take out that amount of money the following year. If so, this means the city's practice of reissuing one-year temp notes may be confusingly inflating the city's budgets in multiple ways. Would you put up the second image, please? Budgets normally show cash flow, but for next year's proposed budget, the city is no longer showing cash flow for capital expenses, and instead now only shows $40 million, a mere quarter of the anticipated CIP expenses of $160 million for 26. However, the city is still including all the debt revenue they hope to receive for that same year. Now, because they're not showing all expected capital expenses that will be paid for with that debt revenue, this leads to a budget that appears to have a $79 million surplus, which we believe to be inaccurate. The inconsistency in the data presented between proposed budgeted and audited years makes it difficult for the commission and the community to accurately know how much new debt, reissued debt, and capital expenses the city is taking on each year. This information is the only way to reconcile if it's at all sustainable. We do appreciate the commissioners and finance department's continued attention to these issues, along with their willingness to engage with our coalition, and hope that they'll continue to work to improve the clarity of financial information available to us all, as well as helping us to understand if we are correct, if there is a way to adjust things to make it sustainable. Thank you.
Hello, Griffin King again. Trying to get set up here, make sure we can see these slides on the, thank you to the filmographer here. Hello, my name is Griffin King, and I'm an intern with the Enron Corporation. I'm here today to deliver an important message to the City of Lawrence in relation to this agenda item E4. There is no doubt we are living in a historic political moment. Across this nation, a pandemic of injustice haunts a severely marginalized group. Perfectly good people have to live every day in fear of mistreatment. Commissioners, there's no doubt you're thinking about the same group as I. I am, of course, referring to America's economic 1%. Two instances stand out as recent demonstrations of this hatred. Earlier this year, our CEO, Connor Gatos, was attacked in New York City by a disgruntled former employee wielding a pie. No doubt, we all remember a similar incident involving former United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This behavior towards our economic elite isn't just wrong, it's mean. Mr. Mayor, I understand you own a business yourself. I can only imagine the anxiety you must experience waking up every day knowing you might be next to be judged for your financial identity. Enron is here to keep you safe, but we're going to have to make some changes. Mr. Mayor, in 5 years, the tallest building in the world is located right here in Lawrence, Kansas. But how does this happen? What I hold in my hands now is the result of thousands of hours of AI-driven research directed at one goal, creating the perfect city. Today, I am proud to introduce to Lawrence, Kansas, the Power Bill, a first-of-its-kind piece of legislation which will transform this city into a sanctuary city for America's economic 1%. Through the institution of a wealth requirement for all citizens, we will stimulate local growth by removing insignificant contributors to the local economy. 30 blocks of historic Lawrence homes will be rezoned to make way for a beacon of economic prosperity, the new Enron World Headquarters. In conjunction with this, Enron will relocate its board of directors to the city, bringing with them nearly $1 trillion in combined net worth. By relocating these risk populations away from the city, we anticipate a nearly 98% decrease in crime. Mr. Mayor, you can feel safe again. This is it. This is safety. This is the future. This is what Enron's all about, bringing power to the people. Power right into your hands. Standing here today, I'm reminded of other times in history in which people will be remembered for doing the right thing. Rosa Parks refusing to give up her spot on the bus. Nelson Mandela returning from prison to lead South Africa against the apartheid. Or maybe Iron Man wielding the Infinity Gauntlet in the face of Thanos, the greatest danger the universe had ever known. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, today I ask you to stand up to a proverbial Thanos by passing this bill and guaranteeing forever the safety of the 1% in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you. Are there any questions? Was that okay? Thank you. I'm gonna grab a copy of this bill to bring up here for the record real quick. Thank you. I've got the. I'm sorry, everybody. That's my bad. It's behind the barricade or else I'd get it. But you guys have. Thank you. If you hand that to me, I can put it right up here. Sorry, somebody left a pile of Enron flyers on the floor over there. Sorry, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Shen 66046. I want to start off by apologizing for what just happened. I think that was pretty unfortunate. But I want to acknowledge what just happened, what you guys just saw. When I first heard Enron was back, I didn't believe it. It was too good to be true. And some of you are going to be in that same state of disbelief. But what you just witnessed was a courageous act from one of the top most brilliant people I know, top 50 to 500 people that I know. Mm-hmm. The point is that Enron is here because we spoke to the people in these neighborhoods and we asked them what matters to you. And then we listened. Mm-hmm. And when the people speak, Enron shows up like a genie from a lamp. The brass tacks of this plan, we're going to bring over 30,000 jobs in the next 5 years. We're going to prepare our children for careers in a fast-paced future. We're going to generate $10 billion in taxable revenue and become a global magnet for talent and innovation alongside KU. Here are some statistics for you guys. 81% of residents, when asked, said that they would prefer Enron nuclear energy to power their home. 76% of men in this country face a loneliness epidemic. 91% of CEOs are men. I think you guys are seeing the connection. These things aren't a coincidence. And Enron's going to fix this problem. The story of Enron is one of redemption, and the power bill is more than a document. It's a chance to unify behind a common corporate cause. But as a citizen, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that we're all here in support of a country that we love, in support of a community that we believe in. And so I want to invite every single person in this room, including each of the commissioners, to join me in an act of solidarity. And I'll take the remaining 30 seconds of my speech to join in a group hug with everyone in this room.
Thank you, Shen. Please, guys, come on up. You don't want to.
Time.
Thank you.
Eric Hyde, 66046. The budget. Let's get back to the budget for 2026. Okay, I just want to say real quick that when I ran for city commission this year, I was invited to Lawrence Chamber of Commerce to talk there. One of their questions was, what do you think about the budget? And I said, I don't care about the budget. All I care about is God my wife, my son, and everybody else comes next. That's the truth. I really don't care about the budget. All right, and so, but then there's another thing, there's another way of looking at it, serving God, your neighbors, and yourself, all in that sort of trinity. You serve God, your neighbors, and yourself. Jesus, in the King James Bible, talked about the two greatest commandments are love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbor as thyself, which implies also loving yourself. So, Jesus also talked in the Bible about, well, Jesus, you could say, what did he also talk about that was relevant to this budget? Oh, money. Let's say there's some stuff in the Bible about money. So, no man can serve two masters, because he will end up loving one and hating the other. One of them is God, and the other one is mammon, which is money. So if you want to solve the budget for the 2026 public hearing consideration, which you should do anyway, you need to consider more about morality. Is this the right thing to do? I got all these people chiming in my ear. I got a devil over here and an angel over here. Is this the right thing to do? Am I going to just go along with somebody else on the commission? No. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to listen to the angel over here and not the devil on this side. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. The last thing I wanted to say, sorry, is that if anybody does not profess their belief in Jesus Christ, that means you're a false prophet. You're a false person. You should be gone. In this city, we need to believe in God. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America. I forgot, I'm losing it. And to the republic for which, thank you, which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thanks, Eric.
John M. 66049. The debt analysis provided by the Coalition for Collaborative Governance that you just heard about is reported in the August 31st Lawrence Times Community Voices by Holly Krebs. I think everybody should know that so they can look it up. Those were a lot of numbers. According to those numbers, we're on our way to debt payments paid by property taxes, ultimately, of tens of millions of dollars, which is, looking forward, 80% more than this year's debt payment. So if you think that this year's property taxes are bad, just wait a couple of years. That's millions of dollars in debt payments, not for social services, not for city improvements, not for the benefit of the community, but for debt payment. Property taxes will have to rise substantially to cover the debt payments. That's a lot of taxes. And eventually, retired folks and renters on a fixed or low-income budget will be strapped. No city, as was stated, no city plan to reduce this debt burden has been published. And personally, I think the city needs to be much more aggressive in paying down that targeted debt burden. I know you all tried this year, but we can't march year by year when it's growing at the rate that it's growing. In the age of free bus rides, free parks and rec, promises were made when the city received substantial money from federal and state grants that we don't get anymore. So we have to reevaluate the services that are provided by the city and right-size them and educate citizens on the cost of some of the things that are provided. Federal grants also supported electric vehicles, for which we've been buying quite a few, especially electric buses, which are very heavy compared to gas-powered buses and, do a lot of damage to our roads, which then we have to fix, and road maintenance is expensive as well. Maybe we ought to slow down road maintenance. We can use some of that money to fund fire and police. We've got a lot of little things going on that we could cut back. Some of them have been mentioned tonight. One that comes to my mind is the Fusus camera system. We paid a lot of money for that. But the chief of police in this April, said crime in Lawrence is very manageable. It's mostly down. I don't know if we need a public camera system to fight crime that is mostly down. We need to bend the curve on the debt. We need to target our budgets for the multiple years ahead where the debt is growing. George Washington said to contract new debt is not the way to pay down old ones. Thank you.
John?
Good evening. I'm Michael Allman. I'm the president of the Brook Creek Neighborhood Association. Communications is the key component of all organizations. It coordinates the efforts of individuals toward unified goals. Without it, it's just chatter. As organizations go, neighborhoods are unique in that they're not purposeful organizations at all. They are simply residents in proximity to each other by virtue of mortgages and rental contracts. As such, neighborhoods have no inherent mission or goals except by choice. So when neighbors choose to organize, it's an uphill struggle. And while the 4 CDBG neighborhoods are organized around values, it's good communications that makes each organization possible. And good communications is what the long-standing, consistent annual $5,000 makes each CBDG funding has enabled. That money goes overwhelmingly to communications, as print newsletters, weekly or bi-weekly e-newsletters, publicity for City of Lawrence events, a coordinator to operate our discussion forums, to prepare meeting agendas, to facilitate officer communications, and to apprise residents of events. When considering how the Commission wants strong neighborhoods, I find it hard to believe that you would weaken us by defunding our communications. It's the lifeblood of every organization. Please reinstate the annual $20,000 for the 4 CDBG neighborhood associations. It's 4 10,000ths of a percent of your overall budget. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Hi, Phil Collison, 66044. Tonight I'm representing the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods. I am the secretary of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and I too am asking that you restore the funding of $20,000 that was split between the 4 neighborhoods that were previously funded by CDBG funding and then through city funding. And those neighborhoods are Schwegler, Pinckney, Brook Creek, and East Lawrence. That amount has been described as budget dust and a rounding error, and as Michael said, 4 10,000ths, 0.00004, 4 zeros and a 4. We are active, and the loss of funding that will have a devastating impact on our abilities to function. LAN, the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods, has proposed a plan for a process that the city could implement that could reach more neighborhoods. But in the meantime, I'm encouraging you to help us maintain strong, welcoming neighborhoods for the coming year. We are a good investment, I think. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Emily Lyson, Director of Development of the Lawrence Farmers Market. With your current proposed mill increase for 2026, we at the Lawrence Farmers Market would request forward thinking for community asset projects like our permanent site location in downtown Lawrence that will continue to bring in more economic development and build community and build resiliency around our local food system. Our market is a leader in Kansas and across the country for our commitment to producer-only vendors, high-quality agricultural products, and the kid and nutrition incentive programs that we host. This year alone, we've added 13 new vendor members, bringing us up to 75, and our customer count of 4,400 people in June showed a growth of over 70% in just 2 years. On August 9th, we began a robust community engagement process of meetings, presentations, and conversations in partnership with the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. We are grateful for this support, and our goal is to end this process with a recommendation for a site location by the end of this year. To continue momentum for this project, we are requesting that our 2027 CIP funding request be bumped up to the 2026 fiscal year. We are requesting $175,000 of our initial $300,000 request for the design phase of this permanent location project. It is imperative that we continue this design phase after site location commitment, as this project has been in the works for over a decade, and we have committed partners, and we are building community support to see this through right now. As you hopefully are aware by now, this permanent location project is included in numerous city plans. The citywide cultural plan for Lawrence, Kansas in 2015 presented the need for an activity hub which could use a farmer's market as an anchor tenant. In 2017, the Douglas County Food System Plan included Policy 1.3.1, identifying the need to invest in signage, shared infrastructure, and coordinated marketing to support Douglas County farmers markets. And then the council then set a focus on assisting to find a permanent downtown farmers market location. In 2018, the Sustainability Office released the report Farmers Market Scan, Key Lessons from Other Markets. The report finds market success often relies on public-private partnerships and strong collaboration between the market and community stakeholders for markets to become well-established. Recommending markets be a part of community planning efforts, adaptation of public infrastructure, and shared financing. In 2021, the City of Lawrence released the Downtown Lawrence Plan, including on pages 78 through 79, recommendations that the city should consider investing in a permanent outdoor event space to better accommodate the farmers market and limit the number of on-street events and disruptions to traffic and safety. Multiple sites were identified as potential sites for a permanent home for the Lawrence Farmers Market in this plan. And just earlier this year, the City of Lawrence's Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department released their master plan with Goal 4.2 to identify and develop space for a farmers market. Thank you so much.
Any additional public comment on this one?
Hello, David Baston, 66047. Yeah, I know you guys have a big job to do to get this budget under control with the, I know there's a million moving parts, and I know you guys up there are the ones that can actually tell Craig and his people that this is what you want, and try to shoot for this. And then I don't know if you're following up behind them, digging into what they're actually doing. And I'm not saying they're not doing anything. I'm sure they're doing a good job, but there needs to be some accountability in things that, like I said, I don't know if you're following up behind them or just you give them a goal and they try to do what you say. I don't know. I just know, like some other people have said, we're looking at some really hard choices, even with, I mean, I know one thing, the transit system, I mean, I know when I was young, I needed to go anywhere, we took a taxi around or whatever. Nothing was free. And I think the last at least 2 years, you've made everything free in that. So, I still don't know if you're getting the money from KU that you used to get. And they actually put into their tuition to fund some of those things. And I know we spent a lot of money, 12 million plus. I think last year was more like $20 million with the station. But I mean, we could bump up do some fees there, which would bring in a lot of money. I don't know what the ridership now is. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but it was, and maybe that's what you want, the ridership to be way up to say it's doing good. If you charge fees, is it going to be still good? But I just, hope you guys can dig into that more and figure out what we can do better. Thank you.
David? Tim Hamilton, 66044. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance has issued some documents and reports, and what I wanted to share with the Commission is that this group has a lot of really, really smart people, and they work really hard. They have a very high work ethic, and when we issue reports, it is not in an adversarial position at all. It is just the opposite. We are trying to help our community understand numbers that are very, very complex and very, very difficult. And our conclusion is the debt that's taking out is unsustainable, and it is excessive. It isn't that we want to say that, but that is the conclusion that comes about. But so the coalition is kind of like your friend when you're going to do something kind of foolish, and your friend taps you on the shoulder and says, "Hey, you sure you want to do that?" Now, that's kind of where the coalition is. So we have extremely high work ethic, not going away. And as you see things that come forward from the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, please understand that we are very much in partnership trying to all row in the same direction and help the city.
Thanks, Tim. Any other comment in the room? Sure, anybody online?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to say, I think one of the earlier commenters might have been onto something when bringing up God. Maybe we should try praying to God to help with the city budget. So I'm just going to take a couple seconds to pray and hope to get an answer on how to solve this budget. This is God. You could lower the budget by cutting funding for the city manager's department and the police. Thanks for praying. Keep on trucking. Well, you heard it from God himself. I guess we should just cut funding for the city manager's department and funding for the police. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Amen.
Anybody else online?
That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. All right, commissioners. We've got a lot of feedback on this. Most of it pretty straightforward. We've got a couple of tasks on our hand here. I know that there were several comments about trying to change or to alter some of the plans we had relative to rec fees. That was the number one. And then, of course, public safety and the reduction in potential equipment and manpower. I think those are the major points that I think that came across this evening, and that I think we need to discuss. Anything else that you want to bring up, I want to make sure we touch on before we move forward with the details on how we get to our final fiscal year budget.
Want me to start?
Yeah. Anybody?
I'm happy to start. I'll see how long I can go here. So a couple things. I certainly appreciate all the comments tonight and the comments we've received via email and otherwise. I think tonight's a microcosm of, the issues we have, which is trying to balance all these competing issues. I know not everyone's a fan of Balancing Act, but one of the things I truly appreciate about Balancing Act is it makes the people filling it out do that hard work of actually balancing between the two. It's easy to say, whatever, spend more money on X, but also don't raise taxes, don't raise fees, don't lower the mill levy. So trying to find that balance is the difficult part, and that's obviously what we've been, the city manager's proposed budget, what we've been working through, and I clearly think, a budget that doesn't make a large number of people unhappy is probably not a good budget, because we need a budget that pushes different parts of this community and tries to find that right balance, because our community is diverse and our community has diverse thoughts, and I think the five of us have diverse thoughts on those. And what we're trying to do is come together to find a budget that we can balance all of those things on. I'd note one of those before I get to some of the issues. Transit is a good example. You can talk a lot about the transit, but that budget comes from a tax that's been passed by the taxpayers. There's no general fund dollars in that. If we cut the bus service, we couldn't spend the money on anything else. If we started charging again ridership, you cannot use that to fund the Parks and Rec. We can't do that. It's not how the sales tax that's passed works. So that's an example of, yes, we can talk about transit, but that doesn't help us with parks. It doesn't help us with fire. It doesn't help us with police. It's a budget within itself. So that's an example. There's a lot of things touched on. I think the three major issues, like you said, I think, public safety, fees, and the debt. Those three of the big ones. I want to talk about. There's other things brought up that, certainly we can balance. I will start, let's see, which one do I want to start on? Let's start on the debt. I appreciate the, conversation about, whether or not we're taking on too much debt in order to fix our infrastructure. We've been under a multi-year plan to do just that, to fix our infrastructure, to undertake major infrastructure projects, to fix Iowa, to fix 23rd, to fix Wakarusa. And we've been taking on large amounts of debt to make that happen. That's, when I came into office, when Craig became city manager, we had deteriorating physical assets that we first analyzed, we looked at, we started measuring all our roads, we started figuring out the lowest cost of ownership, we created a asset management plan, and then we created a debt profile where we knew we were going to take on this debt. It is true that we're going to increase the amount of debt from last year. The debt payment's 84%, but what that doesn't take into account is slowly over the last few years, we've been building up the reserve in that account to $34 million. That's the reserve in the account. So we were funding less than we were bringing in, and now we're spending that money that we've been planning for years to spend, because when you're talking about multi-million-dollar projects, it takes a while to plan, execute, bond it out, get it done. So, we have $34 million in that account that we are going to spend down over the next years. Appreciate the chart that the staff put out and the coalition talked about. It has a whole bunch of assumptions in it. It assumes that we fund the CIP as it exists for the next 4 years and do $6 million after that. It assumes that we leave the mill rate for the debt fund at the 4.099 mills that it is at. It assumes 4% increases in property values, and when you look out 10 years, that's a whole lot of assumptions. And this city commission and future city commissions, we're going to have to look at that every year. At the end of the 10 years, we still have $7 million in reserves in that account to make debt payments. When you have an account that you're using to make debt payments, there's no surprises in that account. That's not an account where you need a huge reserve. We do have a policy, but to me, I think we're in very good shape. Can someone say we're spending too much money? Sure. Can someone say that it's a risk to do these large infrastructure projects to set us up for the future? Sure. I happen to disagree with that. I think we have a very good plan. I think it's a plan we've been working for years to implement, and I'm confident in fulfilling that plan. On public safety, I will, no one from the police union came and spoke tonight. When you look at some of what we've done with commissioned police officers, in 2015, we had 155 commissioned officers, and as of 2024, we had 145 commissioned officers. We've had a decrease in the number of police officers over that time period, even though calls have been going up. And, one of our Tier 1 options was not to cut patrol, and we ended up through various things, cutting a few patrol positions. So one of the things I'm going to suggest at the end of this is I would support adding 2 patrol officers back into the budget and paying for that out of property tax. And, not sure everyone will agree with that, but I do think we need to try to keep our patrol division up in police. As for fire, in 2015, we had 131 commissioned officers. In 2024, we had 159 commissioned firefighters. And it is true that we've been carrying the 39 active firefighters for a long time. Over that time period, in 2015, we had 211 fire calls. And in 2024, we had 211 fire calls. In 2015, we had 8,000 ambulance calls. In 2024, we had 12,000, with 11,956 ambulance calls. The growth, as we've seen, and the big book that Seamus left up here shows, is that the number of calls we have has increased quite a bit, but those calls have increased on the ambulance side of the service, not the fire side of the service. When we take up this budget on the 16th, we'll be talking about Fire Station 6. I support Fire Station 6. I support adding the fire truck back into Fire Station 6. That's going to almost undoubtedly cause a mill levy increase next year to pay for the firefighters to put into that. Very much appreciate the county stepping up and funding the ambulance that's going to go into Fire Station 6 a year early to keep those numbers at 38 instead of 39. I think having that ambulance unit, having that unit responding is a good use of our resources. And when we go to 6, I support adding the fire truck back. But I appreciate the county stepping up this year and funding that ambulance for Fire Station 6. But I would go ahead and support adding the 1 firefighter back to get us to the 39, which is we've been at for many years. And then, as I said, as we get into the Fire Station 6 in the future budget, I'm going to support adding the fire truck back and where it had gone from 5 and move it to 6. So, those. I do support that, and I do think we'll be in a better position at that point as we bring Fire Station 6 online. But I will support adding, we'll suggest we support adding one firefighter to get us to that 39 from the 38 that the county has helped us reach. Finally, as to recreation fees, we've obviously talked about that. Continue to hear from folks here tonight who are against fees. I also continue to hear from folks who don't use the rec centers, who don't want, to offset that $1 million we're raising, and that we're using an increased revenue. That would be almost a mill increase. And when you ask the question, do you want your property taxes to go up, or do you want people who use the rec centers to pay part of that cost, a small part of the cost, not the full part of the cost, a small part of the cost? That answer is a lot different. I also get a lot of people who say, well, I'm fine paying the fees, but I don't want low-income people or kids to pay the fees. And I appreciate staff coming up with a proposal that does not charge youth and does not charge low-income individuals, and that has a lower fee amount. The fee amount of $12 a month for an adult, $8 a month for a senior, and you get a discount, of course, if you pay annually. So it'd be be $6.50 a month for a senior if you pay annually. I think that is trying to strike that balance of having the users pay for it. As I've mentioned before, we charge for the pool. We charge for both pools. We've always charged for the pools. We found a way in this city to let low income and others use the pool, find ways to get them into the pool. I think in the same way we can find ways to get those into the rec centers, and I don't have a problem with that type of user fee. I wasn't around when supposedly this promise was made about Sports Pavilion Lawrence, but and maybe I don't understand the promise even as reported, but I'm not sure that applied to Holcomb. I'm not sure it applied to East Lawrence Center. It applied to, if it was said, it applied at the time of Sports Pavilion Lawrence. But there was also a lot of other things said during that time, some of which come to pass and some of it which did not come to pass, on the amount of fees we generate from users, how many tournaments that would be brought in. There was a lot of things said at that time that have not come to fruition, and we're in today's situation, and so I feel comfortable that we need to move in this direction. So, but in order to use the lower fees and in order to, not charge students and not charge low-income individuals, we need an additional $50,000. So I would support putting that in the budget. And so the four of those things combined, 2 police officers, 1 firefighter, and the $50,000 adds up to $407,000. You have to adding into our reserves, to balance out the $2 million we're putting into the reserves, so not to change that. And I think when I ask Ally that calculation, that's a 0.32 mil increase, which I think is, about $10 for the average household, not the full 0.8. Full 0.8 we talked about. I voted to put the full 0.8 in, and that would be the amount to get rid of the fees in total, about $1 million. But I don't support using, I don't think we want a 0.8 mil increase, and I think there is some public safety issues I want to address, and I think the, some level of fees is appropriate. So that's kind of where I'm landing at this point. Obviously, we're not going to make a final decision for 2 weeks, and I say all this tonight because I want to hear back from others, and I know I'll hear from people who say don't raise the mill levy, and I'll hear from people who say they still don't want fees, and I'll hear from the firefighters and the police saying they want more, and I'll hear all of those things, but I'll try to work that through. Ally's going to correct my numbers.
No, I think they sound good, but I don't want to mislead anyone. Adding that one position in fire is not going to take their minimum staffing from 38 to 39. And Chief Wade's here. I'm sure he can have a number that would take it, but one position's not going to increase that minimum daily staffing.
3?
Can we hear from?
I thought the numbers we were given were well, tell me more about that, I guess. Let me make sure I understand that. It's a good thing to understand.
Yeah.
I thought we had reduced 9 positions when we shut down 5 to 4, and then the medic, they added 8 individuals back. Am I wrong on that?
So shutting down Engine 5, we were going to upstaff our ladder to 4. The county's added back 8 positions, but those positions are dedicated to an additional medic unit.
Yes.
So we're at 38 minimum staffing across 3 shifts. Adding 1 firefighter back would theoretically upstaff or get 1 shift back to 39, but we don't really have a riding position for them.
Yes, got it.
That makes sense.
Yep, I understand that part. I'm with you now. Thank you. Yeah.
So that would mean, we would need,
We need,
4?
you need,
Or the 8?
What would we need to get another the fire truck back? We would need 9.
yeah.
That's what I thought.
But not to get the fire truck back. Yeah. That's not what I was suggesting, is not to get the fire truck
We're trying to get to staffing.
I thought we had reduced, the chart I got said we reduced, shut down Engine 5 up staff Engine 5 to 4. We reduced 9 positions, 9 FTE positions.
Correct.
Then the county added an expansion ambulance medic 6, so they added 8 positions.
Okay, so the 8 is taking into consideration our relief factor. So if we're going to staff a new apparatus, while it would take 2 firefighters per shift, we do factor in a relief factor to account for leave. So that's where the 8 additional to cover various types of leave.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, that's what, I was just trying to get us back to that from the -9 plus 8 left us -1 to add that 1 back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's not an apples to apples, is what you're saying.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask this. If I was asking the total number of firefighters, are we going from 145 to, under the current budget, how many?
Go ahead.
What?
We added 1 back that would maintain.
Yes.
Either 145 or 150 a month.
Exactly. That's what I was suggesting.
Correct.
But thank you for that clarification. Yes.
So just adding 1 back? So, but adding the...
Just adding the 1 back.
Right, so adding the 1 back gets you to that number,
Yes.
but however, 8 of that is dedicated to ambulance, so then what does that mean for the fire side?
Mm-hmm.
As far as staffing and relief, what, you would still need that +8, or what would that number be?
To get us,
So
to get us back to status quo on the fire side, we would need to hire, add back 9 FTEs, and then what we would do is take the 1 that we have upstaffed to the ladder with, put them back on the engine, which would get us to our full staff. And that would get us status quo is what we are now.
But what you were suggesting, if we did not add the truck in, what would that magic number be as far as staffing? Because you were thinking the +1 would make it whole.
But again, I support adding back the fire truck when we open up Station 6.
Right.
Not right away. So I was looking at the total number of firefighters.
For 25.
For 2024. If you take the total number of firefighters we had in 2024, forget where they are on any vehicles.
Right.
As I understood it, we had 145. And under the current proposal, we have 144. So if we added 1, we'd be back at 145.
But what, Chief? I don't want to.
Yeah,
that's the number. That's the math I was doing.
Okay.
How you deploy them
It's up to you.
would be different. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That was my suggestion, to keep our level at 145 firefighters.
So
That was my suggestion.
Right. So I'm saying the +1 for this budget would get us to 5, it doesn't make us whole by adding back the truck.
Correct.
What does that mean for shifts? So that one person is now floater or what?
Yeah, there's several different ways we could handle the one FTE internally. The one benefit it would have it would help offset leave and to help keep our overtime costs down.
Right. Which is something we've heard previously over the years. So.
Yes.
Okay, let me hear your 4 again, because I thought I had it, then I lost.
2 police.
2 police.
1 fire, and 50,000 to pay down Parks and Rec.
Okay.
And 50K?
50,000, which is pays town Parks and Rec, as I understand it, for the proposal before us.
Covers the children under 17 and under, plus
Yes.
low income or moderate income users.
Yes.
And Louise, with Parks and Rec as well, just to make sure for clarification, also. Yes.
Oh.
He's right there.
I couldn't see over there.
As part of that as well, included, from what I remember earlier in the presentation earlier this year, would be naming rights and, exploring naming rights and sponsorships.
Everything that's been spoken today, it's in our strategic plan, our master plan. So we would pursue those things. I just want to mention one thing. How many years has the library had a Friends organization? They finally hit 500,000. It would take us years to get there as a Parks Friends organization. So these are all cumulative efforts to make our department sustainable. So we're not saying, hey, we're going to do fees and we're not going to do anything else. We're going to continue to chase naming rights, sponsorships, friends organizations, and other ways of raising funds. So we're not saying, hey, we're going to forget everything else that's in that strategic plan or that master plan and only do this one thing, which is also suggested in there. So yes, all those, again, this doesn't fix us. We're still $2 million lower than we were yet last year in our budget, even with these fees. So we have to make this sustainable. We have to turn it around so it is not such a burden on the taxpayers. So yes.
Okay. Just wanted clarification. I kind of figured that we were just exploring all avenues as well to pursue revenue generation.
Yeah, we're just focusing on this one aspect of all those revenue generating ideas that we've been given.
Okay.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that comment. Do you have anything you want to add?
Oh, and just to go ahead and dovetail on Vice Mayor Finkeldei, the remainder of after those 4 would go towards the our fund balance, right? Or not a fund balance, but our revenue to maintain our revenue reserves. I'm sorry, maintain our reserves, right?
No, I mean, I'm saying we would just raise above the city manager's recommendation, which is a flat mill levy.
Yes.
0.32, abandon the rest. Don't go to 0.8. Abandon the rest.
Abandon the rest, okay.
Just 0.32.
Okay.
The 407K.
What?
That would be the 407K.
Well, it's actually 407, then to make the fund balance equal is 1.25 that, because which gets you $508,000. Because that's how you have to keep our fund balance in line. And that 508,000 equals 0.32 mils.
Okay, I got you.
I'm looking at Ally because she gave me, she confirmed my numbers.
So we wouldn't go up the entire amount, gotcha.
So we would not go 0.8 mils increase.
Well, that's the proposal.
Or some.
Right, the proposal out there.
So Ally, I want to make sure I understand what our homeless solutions piece, because I know that was kind of conflated in some of the discussions this evening. With the sales tax, that will be dedicated, so we would not be pulling any funding from special alcohol moving forward, correct?
No, they're still, Homeless Solutions get funding from the general fund, the sales tax, the fund you just said that I'm blanking on, special alcohol. I apologize, special alcohol.
Okay, I got you.
And
it's getting late.
grants.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go, because I wanna, sorry, I was gonna self-sabotage myself by saying I'm not gonna talk much tonight, but since we know that everyone likes to dump on me about that, we're gonna have this conversation in 2 weeks, so I'm not gonna belabor too much about how we get to this point and whatnot. I think it's just, it's a testament that we still have to continue to do the work to educate our community about property tax pieces and the relationship that we have on the local, state, and even federal level. And so there are some great examples out there that explain it. I know Johnson County has put a wonderful piece together that kind of gives you that umbrella of how property tax goes in, assessed values. We've seen conversations on the state level talk about capping. So, ensuring that when the county assesses the value of a home, that it's, we want to cap it at 4%. You can't have more than 4% growth. There's other things we can do. There's been talk about legislation about reducing the value of the percentage value of 11.5% down to 9% or 6%. And all of those have a yin and a yang. So yes, it's a relief on property owners, whether you own a home or property management for those who rent, as well as, so you have that, and then that balances out to that's less revenue coming into the city, which then creates the whole effect of that. So we'll have conversation about that. There's information out there. I do encourage individuals to look. If you still are struggling with the familiarity around that, there are great resources out there. I did want to take a point to talk about some of the coalition work that we've had in this. And so, and I know we've had some individuals talk about that the goal is not to be adversarial. And I don't think the intent is to be adversarial. I think, advocacy and engagement and all those things, it can be a little bit wonky. And sometimes the approaches are a little bit different. What I am encouraged by is one, we have more community people who are wanting to know. And what we're realizing is that it is very difficult sometimes to drill down and concentrate things that are very complex to be as simplistic as possible. In public health, we talk about, you want your information to be shared at a third grade reading level. And good mercy to give government budget at a third grade reading level. There may be a Schoolhouse Rock episode out, and if not, maybe we'll be the first ones to do it. But that does take work, and I do appreciate some of that. I still think there's some opportunities to understand and recognize that some of the things that were proposed are just not, it's not good practice. And while, I've shared that with several of the coalition members, that a 10-year forecast, I don't believe is an effective tool for this community, because there are so much uncertainties because of the type of community we are in the state that we are in. There are so many different variables that could make those swings very drastic, that could put us in, and it could really turn us into, make a mountain out of a molehill. And so, 5 years gives us something that is digestible, creatable, flexible, nimble. 10 years does put us in a lot of uncertainties. You've heard several commissioners talk about asset management. The city has put a lot of investment into the asset management system and what that's going to do, and what that tool brings to us. So I'm encouraged for groups to continue to come to the city, meet us where we're at, where we talk about public-private partnerships, co-governance. Those things are happening. They don't happen overnight, but they do happen. And so I think there's some shared work and responsibility on this to continue to allow this to continue to grow so that it doesn't feel adversarial, because I don't want it to be adversarial. It's just, this is an ugly topic, How many of you all go out and drink and talk about your budgets with your friends? I don't. So with that said, we are not making a decision tonight about budgeting, but what I want to bring to the commission for consideration is for us to maximize that 0.8 mil as much as possible. we've heard some conversations about different pieces of things that we're wanting to address, and until we can get to a point that we continue to help people educate and understand them on, if we don't do fees, what are we doing in lieu of? If we're wanting these services, what do we do in lieu of? And I think that's the next step for a lot of these conversations, is what do we do in lieu? And I think there's commissioners are having those conversations with city management as it relates to the CIP and some other mechanisms. So you are being heard. Those things are happening not behind scenes. They're happening as we are able to engage in those conversations and do these things in real time, just as the work is being done. I did have on my list to, I heard and have heard from others about adding those 2 FTEs back for LKPD. I'm not opposed to that. The firefighter piece, I'm going to have to gnaw on that a little bit, because I'm hearing that 1 makes us right, but does it really make us right? So I don't want to do an apples to oranges to kumquat comparison out here and just land on a spot, but I think there's something to be said about what does that whole look like as it relates to what we've heard from several commissioners about what is Station 6 going to look like in 27 and so on and so forth. So I'm wanting to have that discussion. I don't have a number tonight for that. I do want to add in, there was discussions around the farmers market. I think that is a viable one. I've been speaking about that since 2022. We're seeing momentum. There's a feasibility study that's being done. I think we should have an appetite to move that, because that is prosperity and economic security. That is all the things that we see in our community and that we know our community values that. So bumping up and adding that 175 to the 2026 budget is something I would like for us to look into. Another thing I would like for us to consider, small but mighty, economic development was a tier 3, but I would like to entertain the possibility of adding $25,000 for 2026 around small business support. And I'm happy to work with staff to kind of flesh out what my thoughts are and what I'm looking at, but mostly centering that around opportunities for small business supports. It could be for projects in 2026, especially projects around World Cup, since we've talked a lot about World Cup as it relates from Marcom, as it relates to logistics, but not about helping and filling the gap for some of those smaller businesses that are in our community that could be, what they add to our community could be a mutual benefit. So just a small little one-time opportunity there. I've heard from several entities that saw the RFI for prosperity and economic security and just didn't feel like they met the framework, but had a very strong case as to why their services would be beneficial for our community. And so it gives us an opportunity to have that discussion, and maybe this as a pilot could be something for us to think about as we start to look at budgeting around PES for the following years. So you have that. Lastly, on the Parks and Rec piece, and I shared this when we had the conversation around the fees and what it looked like. And I know I shared that, if it's for students and how we identify low income, I'm game for that. I use the rec centers sparingly. I have a gym membership, but I do appreciate the value of that. But I think as it relates to Parks and Rec, it's a gap piece, but the other side of my brain is thinking that, we've heard a lot from the community about, I pay for this, so it should not be free. And so I think that is a conversation that we should have, that if that is what the community believes, then having a budget shortfall means cutting back on things, which means we're going to staff the rec fees as determined by what the community says is. And so that's going to be a lot of reductions. But I think that's something for our community to entertain and experience, so then we can come back to the point that came up, is where do we do that then? Is it through rec fees, or is it through a mill levy increase? Or is it something else? So I'm not proposing one or the other. I'm not opposed to the $50K I'm just thinking there's a bigger existential question out here that, again, we've talked about that with several other coalitions and individuals who have emailed us, but I think there's a conversation to have about that. I don't know what that number is, but it's definitely not 0.32, but I see where you're at, and I think there's more discussion to have. The commission decided not to go above 1. I think going above 1 could have mitigated some of the consternation we have about some of these things, but that was a decision that the commission said that we didn't want to use that as a tool, or we didn't want to use as much of that tool that we could use. So what can we do with the 0.8 that satisfies some of the things that the community wants if they're okay with us doing that, or we feel like that's a good way for us to utilize that. And I don't want to hamstring us to do more with less. So I'll just put those are my numbers out there, but I'm still kind of holding firm on the 0.8.
Okay.
As has been said before, it's kind of the next stage in the process. We'll also be discussing it in a couple of weeks, so with our final determinations. But to Vice Mayor Finkeldye's thoughts and proposals out there, I'd be interested in the 2 police officers, and also fire and med, adding that one personnel as well. I'd be very interested in that conversation. I think anything we can do in terms of we won't be able to get them all the way back in public safety, but just an incremental piece would be helpful. And then, with Parks and Rec fees, I'd be interested in any sort of conversation that, would lower any sort of fees that would be assessed, or any sort of, anything we could do on that. So if we can find any way to incorporate that, that'd be I'd like to hear that. I am interested with Commissioner Sellers in the economic development piece. If there's any way to add a small amount to that department, because that is one of our revenue generating pieces of our city that we work to go ahead and start and grow our own businesses and also attract our own businesses. So anything we can do in that area, that I'd be interested in that as well. And or the farmers market, I'm also interested in that, but I'd like to see a little bit more information on exactly what that would entail. I know there's the 40,000 that is proposed. I think it was CIP in 2026 or 2027.
45.
No, there's 40,000 and then
Right, that was for the feasibility study, which they've established in process.
45, is that what you said?
No, but then there's the additional piece that Commissioner Sellers was speaking to as well. So I'd like to see some more information about that, but I would be interested. So those are just my thoughts right now on it. And also to kind of speak to, I want to throw out this plug to speak to Vice Mayor Finkeldye and what he was talking about with the debt. It's a large part of that is due to deferred maintenance on infrastructure that really hasn't been taken care of over the years, and we're finally addressing it. And in doing that, does take that kind of attention. And I would plug as well that coming in October, we will be having a discussion and bringing in folks to talk about our debt as well as our asset management plan. So we'll be having those conversations here in a month. So
thank you.
Or no, October. I said December. Yeah.
Lisa, you.
So thank you, Brad, Commissioner Finkeldye, for your summary of some of the changes you'd like to see. I appreciate you pointing out how the fire calls have gone up, and it's been on the EMT side or the medical side. I think that's really important to point that out, because I know Sean had indicated earlier that how the county has stepped up, but the county is 100% responsible for the medical part, if I remember right. Is that not true? Yeah.
EMS.
So, it would make sense that they would step up and provide more funding on that side of it. The positions, I don't have a problem with the positions and the other items that were pointed out there. I would also like to see whether or not there would be an interest in adding back that neighborhood funding that we have removed this budget season, whether or not there's something there. I would, given all that, I would like to see some other ways we can potentially cut versus just adding on the mill levy. I'm not real interested, I don't have a lot of interest in raising the mill levy, whether or not there could be some cuts still found. I don't have anything right now, but I'll definitely, based on what I've seen, something that I would look for.
Very good. I really do appreciate all the advocacy and feedback we've gotten on how we're spending our money, especially our capital improvement. I know it's a lot of information for people to really process, but more importantly, to understand and comprehend the costs associated with doing these projects. And I understand how difficult it is to constantly be repairing what was broken and also build new infrastructure in order to allow for the growth of the community. And I think for many years we focused on some growth and maybe neglected older infrastructure, but everything, you know, starts to age out and people really are concerned about how much money we're spending and bonding and focusing on the future. But these are the steps that leadership must take and the difficult decisions you make to secure the future of the community 10 or 20 years down the road. And for us to, you know, imagine planning 10 years out and actually committing future commissions to such things is just not possible given our current, you know, policies and procedures. So we need to focus on a shorter term, and I think the commission has done a pretty good job of doing that in the past. I do know we've spent a lot of extra money and we have to figure out how we're going to pay for it. I do know that our mill levy increases have gone up, whether the mill levy rate has gone up in spite of the mill levy increases not occurring. We're getting additional funding, and it's obvious that we're going to continue to do so as the appreciation of real estate continues. I really hope that we don't focus on these small items like fees or one or two firefighters when there's, you know, larger, huge amounts of money they're being spent and people aren't focusing their attention on those. So I do appreciate the capital improvement plan assessment by some of the coalitions, but I also want to give credit to the staff for reducing our expenditures, for reaching those goals of keeping us within our budget and allowing the commission to have these conversations and about not increasing the mill levy, because I think that's really what I was focusing on. But I also understand some of these roadblocks, and I want to focus on fees as a means to sustain the great services we have. I think it's interesting that nobody brought up the fact that we're spending millions of dollars on the pool, and that's a charged service. That you have to pay money to use that, but yet our tax dollars are being spent to improve that facility. And I know people don't mention that, but you know, there needs to be some consistency in our actions, and I feel like what I'm trying to do is create a sustainable future for our Parks and Rec, and also accountability for us and how we're going to run these programs in the future. And many people have talked about the accessibility of fees and how it's going to impact people's lives, but I want to focus on the future of the Parks and Rec Department and how we're going to help sustain that down the road when other commissioners are here. And these conversations of cuts and decreases in funding are going to be made at this level, and I believe a fee-based system allows a sustainable and more self-sufficient program in the future. So for me, I feel like the fees could be negotiated down, and I would be willing to use some of this mill levy increase that we set aside for covering that shortage. And I also feel like some of the commissioners' suggestions on how we could do some sort of CDBG grant program placement back in, whatever that $20,000 would be. And then also the farmer's market is really something, is a revenue generating opportunity. And if we're already planning on putting money aside for this, what it would look like to try to move it sooner so we could actually manifest some change if it's really happening, if this is really something the community wants to identify as a long-term goal. I don't want to block that out, but also I don't really know what that mill levy increase would be. So I think between now and the future conversation, it sounds like we need to make sure we've addressed the potential for $100,000 and some for the farmer's market, and then as well as the CDBG grant money, or the $20,000 for those 4 communities. And then The additional staffing that, we need to get that, I think you've already got that number down. So Commissioner Sellers pointed out she doesn't know if it's really going to meet the letter of, maybe specifically going to help us by adding one, but I want to make sure we do see what that looks like. And so at this point, I guess we just need to decide if we're going to, if there's anything else we want to add to this potential use of this 0.8 that was set aside during our last conversation.
Yeah, Mayor, I think we just want to see options.
Okay, so Commissioner Larson, I want to make sure I understood you, because I know you said you didn't have an appetite for increasing the mill levy, but you had brought up the $20,000 for the neighborhood. So where are you wanting that to come from?
Well, as I said, I would be willing to look at cuts, and I haven't looked at that closely yet, and so that's where I would look at for cuts.
So looking at general fund cuts in order to supplement that or subsidize that?
Just cuts of some sort, whether it's from the general fund or if there's some other option, I'd be willing to look at that.
Okay.
Okay, so do we need to give any direction?
Anything else, Ally? Okay.
I just want to be sure that we are reflecting direction that we're receiving this evening. So at this moment in time, I believe our plan would be to bring back pretty much the budget as you see it today, and then these items that you have listed as options versus building them in now.
For a mill levy, this would be the increase.
Correct.
Rate, yes.
Okay. And can I run through that list real
Please.
quick? Okay. So the 2 officers for the police department, 1 firefighter for LDCFM, $50,000 to offset the fees at Park Recreation and Culture, Farmers Market, approximately $175,000, economic development, $20,000 to $25,000 small business support, the neighborhood funding.
That was 20.
20.
And I think that is what I scratched out.
So then my question would be then, because I know you're saying that as plus. So Commissioner Larson, my question to you would be, you're wanting that $20,000 to kind of be like a pay-go, in the sense that something's got to be cut out of the budget in order to slide that in. So if staff is not able to do that, are you still committed to using part of the exceeded revenue neutral mill increase to subsidize that $20K?
Yeah, I just would have to see the numbers. I'm just not, at this point in time, willing to commit to that.
Okay. Ally, I got nothing for you.
Ally, you said how much on the economic development piece?
I think I heard Commissioner Sellers say 25,000.
Yeah, not to exceed 25.
Okay.
And again, when we add expenses at this point, we will add that 90 days of operating expenses for our reserves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, would you repeat that?
Now that we have basically our baseline budget, as we allocate these 0.8 mils or whatever, we will add 90 days of operating expenses. So that $25,000 would be times 1 point.
Times 1 point.
Got it.
Yeah. What's the multiplier?
1.25.
1.25.
Is that right?
1.25, yeah. Right.
It's 90 days.
Right.
Very close to 1.25.
Okay. I think that was it. Oh, and the World Cup money, fungible, like economic development, I think we want to make, I know last time we brought this up.
We did, and then we talked about TGT.
No, we didn't bring it up tonight. I just want to make sure we want to.
Based on the conversation we had about TGT, the vote figured that out, so I left that.
Okay, very good.
That back
Sounds
there.
good. So I think that'll do it then. Yeah.
Now, if you want to add some more money to it, that's a whole nother conversation we could have, but.
Well, That math will be pretty simple, I think, once we get these others solved. All right, so we don't really have an action to take other than giving direction, I believe. That's it. I think we should move on to commission items.
I have 2 commission items. I'll let people scoot, and skedaddle while I bring them up.
Yes, ma'am.
My first commission item is just wanting to get an ETA on the inspection report. I know that we circled back to staff about 2 months ago, and there were some shifts in priorities, and so just wanted to see if that was going to come back to us before the end of the year. So there's that. And then I feel like this is a deja vu question, but I couldn't find it in my email, so we'll do it that. But wanted to see, and I think it was in one of the AHAB reports, so I may have to go back and take a look. So this might be a question for Leah, is what of the AHAB dollars over the last few years, what portion of that has been dedicated for, have been dispersed for utility payments? So any entity that has asked for AHAB dollars, if it was used to offset the cost of utilities, if we could get that number. I don't have a timeline on that. I mean, just by November at least, so we can get those 2. So those are my kind of 2 policy-wise commission items. My other commission item is I had the opportunity, and I do believe all the commissioners received invitations. The Kansas City, the Black Archives of Kansas City hosted a community engagement visioneering around a proposed memorial that's going to be on the grounds of the Black Archives for the Black Women's Suffragettes Plaza. And so there was a Greater Kansas City Black Women's Suffragettes Committee that was created to identify what were 8 women from the Kansas City area who played a major role in the suffragist movement, who were Black women. So was there to meet several of all of the committee members. Dr. Carmeletta Williams was there and gave remarks, heard from several of the different funding entities. They are in phase 2 of the project, which is they're trying to meet their funding goal of $1 million. The reason why that is germane to Lawrence is because of the 8, 2 are from Lawrence Douglas County. The first one is, I wasn't ready, y'all. So the first one is Mamie Dillard. Mamie Dillard lived from 1874 to 1954. Mamie was the only African-American student in her class at Lawrence High School when she attended. She earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Kansas. She taught at Pinckney School, and one of her favorite students was a young Langston Hughes. Nice. The other one was Carrie Mercer Langston Clark that lived from 1873 to 1938. She entered the University of Kansas as a student in 1894. There's no documentation that states whether or not she continued her education or whatnot, but she did enter as a student in 1894. And she advocated strongly while in high school at Lawrence High, as well as at the university, for women's rights and suffrage. And she is the mother of Langston Hughes. So we have a connection to this plaza, and so it was an honor to be able to attend. One of the committee members sent the invitations out, and everyone was very appreciative that there was representation from Lawrence Douglas County there. And so just I'm kind of like jittery just talking about because it was just so warm. And they didn't tell me that. They just talked about these 8 women, and then they had noted that these 2 women were from Lawrence Douglas County. So wanted to share that with the commission and with our community.
Cool. That's
Nice.
really cool.
And I have the flyer if anyone wants to see it, and my scribbles.
Okay.
So,
One,
that's all.
one commission item, we received several emails about FUSIS, about that hearing next week, which I think is on the work session. I think it's set to be a work session, asking that it be a, regular agenda item in case there's some action that we want to take. I guess I'm fine with that. I mean, I think kind of like we did tonight, list it in the regular agenda and just call it a hearing on FUSIS or whatever we want to call it, but with no necessarily, the action only being to have a hearing at this point. We could decide to do something.
With no action.
With no action. I mean, I don't think, unless you think we have an action item, that.
One is not planned. We're going to give an outline, a presentation of what it is, because we've had so many questions.
Yeah, but I think if we put it on the regular agenda, that at least gives us a chance, if we want to take an action, to be there rather than having it as a work session.
That's true.
So people have asked that. I think it's fair to do that.
I'm okay with that. That's okay with everybody else?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, but I probably won't be here next week.
No.
Well,
look.
Just a little less educated.
Your questions with one person.
Okay.
Any other commission items? All right, future agenda items. Looks like we just talked about the 9th. Anything else that comes up? And then the the city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. The first one is just to recognize our 4th consecutive peak performance awards for both of our wastewater treatment plants. These are not easily achieved, and we've been consistent at meeting the very high standards for that peer award, and just wanted to express my appreciation and pride in the group that keeps doing that day in, day out, 365 for our community. The other one is just to kind of close the loop on the grant that we've talked a lot about, and you saw we addressed in the budget. We weren't able to move forward on that segment in the alignment that we had hoped, but we're retaining the budget, and we've allocated that, as you saw this evening. So we will be working on that in other segments of the loop, and we retain those resources to help us do that. But there was nothing to do with the grant, because it's a reimbursement grant, and obviously we didn't spend the dollars that were allocated for us.
Thank you. Any public comment on the city manager's report? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm Michael Allman, Sustainability Action Network. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but the grant from the state, we never actually got the money, so there's no money to return. But the budgeted part was what our local match. So the agenda item said that could be allocated to other capital improvement projects. And I would suggest, and I think you have this in mind already, that it be dedicated to bikeways, since it's at this point for the purpose of bikeways. My organization's, actually I say particular interest in that is that it go to bicycle transportation as opposed to recreation. Or maybe being split among the two, so it's not entirely to the loop, but for local safe streets projects, things that will enhance the usability for all users of our streets. That could be any kind of traffic calming or bikeways, things that just make streets safer, basically. And bikeways are a great way to do that. So, thank you.
Michael.
think a lot of what I have to say right now does fall on the city manager. Because I've had some conversations out here this evening with people who remember what this town was like in the early 90s. And some of you might actually be able to remember what this town was like in the early 90s. We were pretty prosperous back then. We had one of the premier fire medical departments in the country. I don't know how many people are in this room are aware, but Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical used to be the place where everybody wanted to get to. And so they used feeder departments across the area. You had to go work for Baldwin. You had to go work for Eudora. You had to go work for some volunteer Wakarusa and hope that you had the opportunity to someday get on Lawrence Douglas County. That's not happening. When I spoke to Seamus out there and the other fellow, I can't remember his name, but they're telling me about having a hard time keeping the new guys, having a hard time with retention. It's not a fucking pay issue, guys. So quit with the purse string bullshit. You're treating people wrong. You're putting these guys in situations that are hazardous to their own health by the short staffing. I'm not a fireman, but I know that. I can understand the concept of needing staffing on an emergency scene to be able to handle it properly. And at the same time, we've gone from a police department that was small townish. They all knew everybody. You could talk to them on the street. Now we have the Gestapo. That if Bart Littlejohn says I have to be trespassed, they just send me to court. That's a city manager issue. Because what we saw earlier, you guys don't really have much say. Because that little vote you guys had earlier where you talk about how you're opposed to it, but you have to vote for it, you're full of shit. And he knows it. But he's got you buffaloed over it. You don't have to vote any direction. All you have to do is vote, yes or no. But he's somehow convinced you that if you don't vote yes for him, it's some kind of fucking violation. You all need to man up and start running this shit. That's why we put you in office. We didn't elect him.
Thanks. Anything else on the city manager's report? All right, commission calendar.
We have someone online.
Oh, do we? Sorry.
Raise their hand. That's all right.
Of course.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I was just gonna, I was just thinking about an earlier remark about if we don't fund the loop, that we fund other bicycle projects, but if we're saying we're not gonna fund, if the loop is recreational, shouldn't it also be considered to go to other recreational programs like maybe parks and like the rec center? So I just want to throw that out there. If there's free money from the loop, could it be used for other rec services and not necessarily bike projects, for like bike transportation, I guess? I'm not saying either I'm for or against. I'm just saying that should be an option for other rec funding, I guess. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
That's all the comment.
All right, thank you. All right, commission calendar.
We might just put on there October 20th through 24th is the Hrvatska City Sister. I'm going to miss that meeting on the October 21st, so I might just put that on there.
And yeah, I'll miss the meeting next week on September 9th.
Next week? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, anything else to add to that? All right, the next.
Mayor, real quick. So, Sherry, for, who's, tentatively for the inner city visit, who's all going?
Believe it's just you and Commissioner Littlejohn.
Okay. For some reason, I thought we were going to have more people out, but that means we only have 3.
That's
that meeting.
correct.
It's all in one.
You can't?
3?
Don't, won't get sick.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for reminding me about that. All right, anything else before I open up to public comment? Okay. Public is allowed to speak on these issues or items not scheduled for discussion